Hello. Hold on. Let me check. There are no sus folders or something here. Have to avoid sussy folders. Utilitarianism? As in, I don't know. Can you elaborate? I'm not sure what you mean when you say thoughts on utilitarianism. In what sense? Look at my new layout. New layout stream. Boom. Russian air defense missile. We're gonna talk about this today. Like if I think that if something is... Hold on. Hatushka, if I even understand the term correctly. No. The deduction that actions are right if they are useful for the benefit of a majority. I think that utilitarianism has its limits. Because if it's something that's good for the majority, then it could be, you know, something that could be good for the majority could be potentially discriminatory against the minority, which... you know? Like, imagine this scenario in utilitarianism. What if a whole bunch of people, a huge amount of people would be super happy if trans people didn't exist? Would I be for that? Well, no, I would not. I would not be for this sort of maximizing of happiness of a majority if what they wanted would be to get rid of trans people, which is a minority, you know? So in this sense, I guess that's my criticism of the model. That making the majority happy is not necessarily always the best. You know? Alright. Oh, you wanna call in? You wanna talk to me? Right, nice. What a start. Okay, let's debate utilitarianism. Although I'm not sure if debate is the right word. Do you have me on Discord? Are you on my Discord? You're a pretty big creator. You're a pretty big content creator. You have 48.6 thousand subscribers, but I've never heard of you before. How is that possible? How have I never heard of you before? How is that even... How is that possible? Also, why are trans people their own worst enemies? I guess we can talk about that. Yeah, join. Join the Discord. I should. Oh, and I should live chat instead of top chat. I blew up in short streams. Oh, well, I never blew up. I'm still small, as you can see. I'm a small creator. A small creatrix that does content on Ukraine. Wait, do you have in your thing that you're on... Blah, 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 blah. Ambassador to Ukraine. Do you cover topics related to the war? Hatching ground. Yeah, you've joined. Nice. Now I have to add your role. Gigglers. Alright. And now I can send you a friend request and you can call me. Hold on. How do I do this? Wait. Oh! 5 mutual friends? 6 mutual servers? How have I never heard of you? How is that possible? How is that physically possible that I've never heard of you? Okay. Let's mod view. Add friend. Okay. I have added you to friends. We're friends now. For good and the bad. And in the meantime, oh, so fast. Hello. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Am I?
Hello?
Oh no, sorry, wrong PC. One moment, I reconnect, okay?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I did it again. Okay. All right. Now
Alright.
it's the correct thing. Sorry, I
Okay.
automatically joined on the laptop, and I have to join on the desktop.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, hello. Hello, chat.
Hello. Oh, you're breaking up a bit.
Yeah, I was just, oh, alright. Is it better now?
Yeah, yeah. Have you just
Um,
discovered me as a person,
my,
as a creator?
uh,
Hmm? Now you're roboting out. Are you? I'm not sure if
hold
it's my
on. Oh,
fault
wait, I
or.
am still like, oh no. Ah, that might be my, hold on, let me try something.
I
Hold
always
on, give
assume
me a
it's.
sec.
I always assume it's my fault, but. What?
Alright, wait, it might be fixed now. I don't know. I mean, I am on mobile right now because I just woke up. But you said you disagree with utilitarianism.
Oh no, no, no! I
Could
said
you
that I
explain,
have like
why?
a criticism of it. I guess it's like
Okay, you
a
have criticism.
chunk,
Okay,
like a how should I say, like a scratch on the armor, like a chink. You know, that could be like
mhm.
an argument. I guess that comes to mind.
Yeah. Yeah, so
I'm not broadly against
you
it.
brought
I'm
up the
not
notion of
like rejecting it as a, if that makes sense.
yeah. So you brought up like trans rights as an example of something that you believe um would be like something that would um be sort of like what was it you said specifically? I don't want to misrepresent you.
Like I said that if you want to maximize the happiness of the majority, then what if the happiness of the majority includes misery of the minority? And I use the trans
Yeah,
people
so
as
so
an.
misery is something that ought to be minimized, right? And it's not just like maximizing happiness for the greatest number. That's like an oversimplification, right?
Right.
It is also the case that like that the magnitude of the happiness or the suffering is taken into account, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if it's the case that, say, for instance, um, like trans people greatly suffer to the supposed benefit of the majority,
Right.
right? But what really is their benefit? I guess they're like briefly happy that trans people don't exist. I mean, to
Yeah,
be fair, let's be
because
real, our
there's the,
existence doesn't really
yeah,
affect them.
like there's
Like our
the,
existence.
let's say for the sake of argument that a lot of people feel disgusted by our existence, and their lack of disgust makes them happy.
Yeah, it's going to be the case that whatever disgust that they have would be more likely to be overcome if they just, I don't know, got used to trans people, right? So that'd be like the most obvious solution that benefits the greatest number of people to the greatest extent, including trans people, right? So it would take into account the fact that like there is like a utility maximizing solution there, right?
Yeah.
So the standard I use for whether or not something is immoral is, does it cause any objective or measurable harm? If
Mhm.
it's the case that you have trans people existing, our existence doesn't really seem to cause any objective or measurable harm.
Yeah, I
Other
think
people
so.
might do things in response that cause harm, but that would be them doing an immoral action, not us.
Right. Well, I guess that's that when it comes to that argument. I'm not really
Mhm.
super, you know, married.
Well versed in ethics.
Hmm?
I assume you're not like super well versed in like ethics or anything like
Not in
that.
the theoretical field now.
Yeah, that's like I mean, I'm not like an expert or anything. I've just done some like goofy internet debates, but there's like a lot of debate nerds that are like super autistic about it. I'm actually one of the less autistic ones, if you can believe,
Yeah,
which is impressive. That means you have to be more autistic than me, yours truly.
it's true.
It's like an accomplishment.
Have you discovered me just today? Just now? Just
Yeah, you showed up in my recommended.
really? So what do you think so
Yeah.
far? If you think anything.
Uh, I saw part of your debate. What was it about? Well, I saw part of a couple debates. I saw part of one that you had with Wick about works. I can't. I don't really
D&D?
have any disagreements with you there. I thought Wick's position was really stupid. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like when you say intrinsically evil, like what are you talking about? Like, what does it mean
Right.
intrinsically? Like is it the case that they're born and they're just like automatically evil,
Yes,
or is it,
basically.
or would they be evil on the basis of their actions? In which case, they wouldn't be intrinsically evil.
Yeah.
Or are they like or do they just like not have free will? In which case, like they
I
are
mean,
compelled
I
to do actions
guess
against
I
their
think
will.
that's the argument since he kept going back to that they were created by an evil god thing, which which I've been given a few good arguments after the fact. One is that the whole god thing is basically mythology within the setting, so it's not treated as fact.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be the case that like it's gonna be the case that if you I don't know, let's say you let's say there's like the Christian God. Now I'm not a Christian, right? But like
Right.
I'm not sure what Wick believes in that regard. But like I think you would agree that like according to the Christianity canon, okay, the biblical canon, as I
Yeah.
like to call it, God would be like considered all good, right? But it's not going to be the case that human beings are intrinsically good, right? So by that
Right.
logic, whether or not a God is good or evil does not automatically dictate whether or not their creation is intrinsically good or evil, right?
Right. Yeah. And also there's the fact that when you because orcs are a playable race and
Yeah.
Wick asked at some point if the whole alignment thing is there's an alignment restriction and there's not. You can choose any alignment. So that alone actually defeats the whole argument.
Yeah.
But yes, what other debate did you see?
I saw part of the one about what was it? It was like
Oh yeah,
a
also because
description.
someone asked who you are, could you introduce yourself to my nice audience?
Yeah. So I'm Femios. I do live streams. And I try to stream every day. I guess I talk about a lot of stuff. I talk about politics. Sometimes we do commentary drama slop. Okay. Sometimes we just like cover random shit. We make fun of like weird right wing lol cows. I do a lot of just chatting. Lots of schizo posting. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff I do.
Do you cover
Um,
Ukraine? Do you have in your bio that you're an ambassador to Ukraine?
that's actually an inside joke. So basically, this person called Aiden Projects
Yeah.
was doing a live stream and wanted me to call in, and I was just like ignoring him. And
Right.
then he was like, "What is Femius doing that's so important that they can't call in? What are they, the fucking ambassador to Ukraine?" And then
Oh.
I'm like, "Yes, yes, I am the ambassador to Ukraine.
Oh.
That's why I can't call in."
So I take it you don't cover really topics related to the
No,
war. I do.
no, I would consider myself to be pro Ukraine though.
I do that. I visit
Because
Ukraine
it's the
fairly frequently
yeah.
to
I
do
mean,
interviews.
being pro Ukraine is literally just like the freedom maximizing position.
Yeah.
I think it's like absurd that there are people that try to defend Russia, it's like, okay, so like, let me get this straight. Like, you're against Western imperialism, but if Russia does imperialism, then now it's like justifiable. Now you start sweeping. It's like, okay, all right, yep.
Yeah, because they see it as creating the multipolar world order or something like that.
Yeah, which is stupid. Like it's imperialism. I don't
Yeah.
care. It's
I
it's
know.
bad. Like I'm sorry, but like you said that imperialism is bad, right?
Yes.
But now you've changed it to imperialism for me, but not for thee.
Yeah, we
Which
people
is
of the
stupid.
region have a bit of experience with Russian imperialism historically and contemporarily as well.
Yeah.
So it's sort of. So what other
What are your
debate
thoughts?
did you see? Sorry.
Oh yeah. The other one, yeah. So I saw the one about conscription,
Oh,
or part of
with
it.
the person from India.
Yeah.
So what did you think of that one?
You were definitely winning. You were no diffing him. It's very obvious. I don't really know enough about
Dissing him?
the subject matter. No diffing him, meaning like you basically fucking destroyed him. That was basically
Oh,
what that means.
okay.
Yeah, just like on the basis of argumentation. Like he wasn't a very good debater. I don't know enough about the subject matter to really have like a full on debate though about it, just because it's not
Like
really something I've ever
whether or not it
researched.
should be considered this or that is another subject, but then the real crux of that person's argument is Ukraine should not be getting aid. So
Yeah, which is a dumb position. Like,
yeah.
I can understand, like, if the argument was like simply, yeah, I think that I don't know, being forced to serve in the military is immoral. That'd be like a much
Yeah,
easier position to
that
defend
that will be a
than like
different
whether or not it's.
conversation though. But then I would say that
Um,
the immorality of that is sort of overshadowed by the fact that it prevents things like Bucha, Irpin, or Izium from happening.
yeah, I think it depends on the context, but
You know,
I don't know. I don't know enough
the
about the
pretend
position.
like the what I mean is preventing Russia from just having free reign to commit atrocities within Ukraine on the
Correct.
civilian population and
Correct.
kidnapping
In which case, I
children.
would argue that like yeah. In which case, I would argue that like um, utility would be maximized like if you have like if you're like fighting against it
Yeah.
because you're because like long term you'd be maximizing well-being,
In the
right?
end of the day,
I think
you
that
are.
generally speaking,
Yeah.
I think that generally speaking, that like I'd be against conscription, except for in cases and where like in which it's like a defensive position that you're in, right?
Yeah.
Which
Because
Ukraine is just like defending itself.
yeah, you're basically
Whereas like
restricting
yeah,
temporarily certain freedoms of people in order to, well, not allow the much worse atrocities to happen, and they are
correct,
happening.
correct. No, I agree with you. Like whereas like with like the Vietnam War, right? Like I'd be against the draft there. I was just like completely immoral to force people to fight there because like you're not like in a defensive position at all, right?
Right. The different, incomparable situations. It's like when
Correct.
people try to compare the war in Ukraine and with Iraq, which is also completely incomparable in my mind. But well, you know, people
Yeah,
try. Have you seen my debates with Loner Box?
I have not. I don't really watch Loner Box.
I've
I
debated.
don't watch most. I don't watch most political streamers just
Who
because I don't know.
who do you watch from political streamers?
Nobody anymore. Maybe like I'll occasionally watch somebody like I'll occasionally watch something from Destiny. I haven't in a few months. Occasionally I might watch a Vosh video, but not anymore because
Mm-hmm.
his content sucks now.
Oh,
Hassan I never really watched. So it's like out
any
of
of
like the
the
big three, I don't really.
any of the smaller political creators?
Uh, well, the ones that I like don't really upload very often for the most part.
So
Like,
what? Yeah.
do you know who Bunk Politics is?
No.
Okay. What about Synth? Do you know who Synth is?
Since I've heard the name, but I'm not sure right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
It does sound familiar. Synth.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, those are yeah, so Bunk, Synth, those are people I'm friends with.
Huh.
They don't really upload very much though. They're like very good debaters.
What was your impression of me from the debates that you've seen as a
I thought you did
creator?
pretty good. I
Yeah.
thought you made your case pretty well.
Usually my debates just turn into friendly conversations.
Yeah.
Not
No, that's
really
fair.
blood sporty debatey. Even the Wick one wasn't really a blood sporty debate. It was more of a conversation, if anything, about the orcs.
Yeah, for
Especially
me, I engage in
when,
some of
yeah,
each. Like, depending on like whether or not the debate opponent is good faith or not, really.
right.
Like if they're bad faith, then I'll
I feel like
engage in both
the
words.
conscription person was not necessarily all that good faith, to be honest.
I just think they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. What I would have done is I would have just like I guess my main advice to you would be
Mm-hmm.
to talk about like specifically the fact that like okay, so you have you have this, right? You have this case scenario in which Ukraine is doing this in order to defend itself, right?
Yeah,
This is actually the freedom maximizing position on the basis of the alternative. If they
yeah.
don't do this, is Russia removes their freedom, right? So it would be like a net loss if they weren't to
I
do
think
it,
I've
right?
go.
So
I
like
think.
generally, it's going to be the case that like sort of like what I described, where it's like if it's like a defensive position, then it's like a necessity, right?
I feel like I'm simplifying the person a bit, but I feel like I've gotten a glimpse into their mind, and I think that their reply to that would be, "Yeah, but conscription is slavery, and I don't care about the alternative. Slavery is bad."
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Which is like a really stupid argument, right? Like slavery by what definition, right? Like can you define slavery?
Do you want me to
Is what I would
define
ask
slavery?
him.
No.
No, I'm not
Oh,
asking you. I'm just like saying that's what I would respond with.
right.
And I would ask him to define slavery, right?
Yeah.
And then I would pick apart the definition.
I
I
mean, we
assume you would.
did talk about the
Yeah.
definition. We read from many of their sources as well, and their source agreed with them because at the end of the day, as much as limited, you have sort of limit, like the freedoms of soldiers are limited. At the end of the day, soldiers are, no matter how you slice it, they're not property of the state in the same sense as
Yeah.
slaves are.
Yeah. Definitionally, they literally couldn't be. So yeah. No, I agree with your position there.
So you know,
What are your thoughts on I don't know, veganism?
veganism. I mean, I
Hmm.
think it's fine to be vegan. I just think that
Okay.
Um, the advocacy is very aggressive. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sometimes. I think that yeah,
It can
a
be
lot of
a
the
very
advocacy
bit
is
like
ineffective.
blaming individual people for not changing their lifestyle completely.
No, I get that. I would argue like rather than like blaming somebody, I would say um, it is morally preferable to be vegan.
Right.
Do you disagree with that?
I mean, it depends on a person. Preferable. I mean, it depends on what you mean by preferable. It depends on a person's
Mm,
sort of, I guess,
yeah,
even
yeah.
economical
So
situation. Sometimes people, it's not as simple for people to go vegan, I feel.
um, so it's gonna be the case that let's say you have like you would agree that the way animals are treated in like factory farms is
Yes, yes, I
immoral,
think
correct?
that's, yeah,
Of course.
absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so if it's the case that you're buying products from there, you are necessarily increasing supply and demand, right?
Yeah.
Meaning that to an extent you would be maximizing animal suffering. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
Okay.
If
And you would agree
I,
that it's immoral to maximize animal suffering, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So then you would agree with the position, right? You would agree with like
yeah, I would
the
not
ethical defense
disagree
of
that it's,
veganism.
yeah.
Yeah. That's
But I
all it
also
really
think it's
boils
not
down to for the
that,
most part.
it's not simple to just change your entire lifestyle, you know?
No, it's not simple. So you would have to do like a some sort of
Like we have many,
utilitarian
yeah.
calculation to determine like okay, so
Like
does like
we,
the inconvenience aspect of it to my life
I feel like
and like having to like change my
it's not
diet
always even
supersede
inconvenient.
animal suffering.
Sometimes it's access even to products.
Access?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not too because like I understand like changing your diet
I mean, like
sucks.
access
I'm like
to a
really
diet
autistic.
that would really sort of give you a healthy equivalent to. If that
Oh
makes
yeah, there
sense.
are healthy equivalents. That's
Yeah,
like
yeah, they are, but I feel like not everybody
they're not that
has equal
expensive.
access to that.
Um, no, like some of the cheapest food is vegan, right? Like beans and rice, right? Like that'd be like pretty cheap.
Yeah,
But
but
that'd be
I
vegan,
feel like
right?
people would, if people just lived on rice and beans, they would not be they would feel like their happiness would decrease. If that
Yeah, their
makes
happiness
sense.
would decrease, but so would animal suffering, right?
Yeah.
So that'd be like the utilitarian calculation.
Yeah.
So like, do you think that like, I don't know, having less enjoyment, with like the meals that you eat, is like a greater level of suffering than the level of suffering that
Well,
animals experience in
like
factory
it
farms?
depends on a person's situation in life. If a
It
person's like,
depends,
yeah, it like
really.
if a person like I'm talking on an individual level. If a person works day and night and their only pleasure in life, for example, is having that one meal or something like that, because
Um,
other than that, they live a pretty sad existence of day in day out from morning to dusk, hard work to survive, and oh, my only joy is being able to have this one delicious
yeah, but
meal.
you have
And
to
I
isolate the
guess,
variables, right? So it could be the
right,
case that you really enjoy eating certain foods, right?
yeah,
And that you would
as a treat or
not enjoy
something.
eating other foods, right?
Yeah,
So it still goes back, right, to does the does whatever they lose by like not eating animal products, is that like a greater level of suffering than what animals experience in factory farms? That was the original question I asked you, right?
yeah,
It's
true,
either going to
but
be the case that like that like the answer is yes or no, right?
yes,
Like
but
even in that
I
case
just,
scenario.
I'm not even because we're going into the individual versus systemic, right? In this case.
Um, yeah, like I would argue that there should be
Like I
like
think there should be
systemic
a
changes.
crackdown on the animal, uh,
I
the
agree with that, right?
industry.
I agree. Um, I like I 100% agree with that. Like I don't necessarily blame the consumer for the animal industry being the way that it is. But those positions aren't mutually exclusive by any means.
Yeah, of course, but
Um,
it's, as I said, not always as easy to do for an individual.
like I
Like there are
understand
many
it's like
positions that would be great to do in theory. Like if we save money and eat healthily, and etc. It sort of goes
no,
into
that would
this
just be great to do
territory.
in practice, right? That'd be like something
Oh
good
yeah,
to
of
do in
course,
practice.
all of these things would be great to do in practice, but
Hmm.
you
Yeah, that's
know,
what I'm saying. It's like it's good to do in practice. That
like
doesn't
yeah,
mean that I like expect you to like go vegan tomorrow or some shit, right?
yeah,
Like I still eat animal products. Now part of the problem for me is like I'm like an autistically picky eater. Like
right.
when I go to a restaurant, I order chicken tendies off the kids menu, so
Oh,
it's like I'm a
nice.
painfully picky eater.
You're
But
from
so
the
like I get it.
U.S., right?
Correct.
Oh, is it okay to ask what part of the U.S.?
I'd rather not disclose that.
Oh, okay. Not even a state or a general
No,
direction, east west.
I'd say Midwest.
Okay, I think that's vague enough.
Yeah,
I'm from Poland,
yeah.
the biggest Polish trans streamer.
Let's go.
Yes,
Yeah.
because I'm
Is it true?
probably the only Polish political streamer that's
Is it
trans.
true that in Poland everybody is a femboy? Is that true?
Well, no,
Do you have a
I'm a
disproportionate
trans
amount?
woman, so I already sort of break that mold.
Well, it's true. I meant like people that aren't trans women or just like women in general. Like
No,
what with men? Are they like
not everybody.
femboys? Not everybody. What about like
I'm not sure how that started. I don't actually encounter many fanboys in real life, which would be nice. What is
yeah, that
true
would be
that
nice.
Poland's the worst country on LGBT in entirety of Europe.
That sucks.
Yeah, it beats all the countries. It beats Hungary. I think only places like Russia, Belarus, sort of like that, are worse. But that's not
That's
you
not a
know,
high bar.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
no.
Poland. I'm not sure if it still has them. I'll have to look it up. But when Law and Justice, the old government, was in charge, Poland had those LGBT ideology-free zone cities.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about that. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. That's
Oh
insane. Like you're
yeah.
just like,
Yeah. And dude,
if you go to that, like I hope that the people that go to the LGBT free zones get shot. That's unironically my position.
like I remember the European Union said we're gonna withhold funds from those cities because that's bad. And the Law and Justice Party that was in charge at the time said, you know what, discriminatory cities, we're gonna give you double the amount. that the European Union withholds from you, because what the European Union is doing is discrimination against you.
What?
Yeah.
That's such a stupid argument.
And to add salt to injury, they took that money from a fund that was prepared for victims of abuse.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So Poland.
I mean, it's literally evil. Like it's like
Yeah.
textbook cartoon villain.
Yeah, Poland is still to this day, from all the metrics that I've been checking lately, the worst country on LGBT.
Damn, that sucks.
I thought sort of that Ukraine would be worse, but no, Poland is worse than Ukraine.
Do you at least have access to things like HRT or no?
Yeah, I do have access to HRT.
Okay, that's
Technically
good.
speaking, like I have no access to shots, but if I go to the Czech Republic, then my doctor would agree to prescribe me shots if I would be able to go to.
Do you
the
just
Czech
like take
Republic.
the pills?
Yeah, I take pills. I can show them on screen, on the stream. I take this, like Estrofen. It's like this little thing.
Mm-hmm.
And a blocker.
Estradiol?
Oh, Estrofen.
I'm not familiar.
That's the name of the. I can show you the package.
Oh, let me look at stream.
See? Do you see it on the camera? Estrofen.
Let me go back on the stream.
Like this.
Hold on, your stream's a little bit behind. Let me look.
Yeah, I'm holding it up to the camera.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Zoom in.
And then I take Androkur as the blocker.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar.
Androkur.
Okay, I just take estradiol, I take spironolactone, and I take progesterone.
Yeah, we don't. And I also, sometimes when the person prescribes it to me, take this medication that destroys production of testosterone additionally.
That's good.
That's like 1/2 of a pill per week I'm supposed to take. And also, in addition to the Estrofen, for some time, I also had gel prescribed additionally.
Oh, so you have like a really convoluted system there.
Yeah, I guess I just take my blood results from time to time, and the doctor's like, oh, based on this, we change this or that to the doses or the things that you take. Like the biggest fears are blood clots forming or stuff like that.
I'm gonna read chat real quick. There's a few chat messages. Is this the one who says, I'm Femios and I'm here to debate you? Yes. Synth is the name, the trait lady. And animal agriculture is a systemic problem. Your personal dietary choices will never have a real effect on it. No. You'd be decreasing supply and demand, right? So you'd be decreasing animal suffering, right? Because in order to decrease supply, they would have to create more animals that suffer, right?
Yeah, but
that
would sort of require you to assume that a lot of individuals would spontaneously make that decision.
No, like even as like one individual, you'd be decreasing animal suffering, right? Just as like a single individual.
Well, I'm not sure if if a single individual deciding not to eat meat would necessarily affect the broader demand.
Well, it does, just ever so slightly, right? So you'd be slightly decreasing animal suffering.
I assume like the meat industry just produces a certain amount, whether or not a lot of products in the stores go to waste, no?
Yeah, but if it's the case that you're right, but if it's the case that I don't know, over your lifetime, you eat a bunch of animal products, right?
Yes. I honestly cannot.
Like I'm not gonna say you're like a bad person.
I honestly would have to, I guess, look into it. I honestly cannot say if a single person would.
Yeah.
How big an effect it would have. I would really have to, look into the matter. Because I
Well,
get
yeah,
because you
the
say
effect
it
it
would
has
have the effect ever so slightly,
maximize
but I
utility.
guess I guess the question is how slightly, you
Keep
know?
in mind that I was just responding to the chatter,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. No, no,
Because like
no.
we already had this discussion.
I'm
I
just
don't think there's a direct relationship
wondering.
there.
I'm not arguing.
Correct,
I'm just
Mary
wondering.
girl. I don't think you understand how supply and demand works. You need to take an economics 101 course because Jesus Christ, like that is like the like supply and demand is like the most basic shit imaginable, right? That's like really basic stuff. I get like it's literally just like a oh yeah, when you increase demand by being a consumer, like they have to increase supply in order to meet that demand, right? That's just how it works.
True, but I assume like if there's like a huge, gigantic, how should I put it? A gigantic industry, then I assume they go for the macro numbers. I assume like they take into account individuals falling out or sort of falling in.
Well, it's just going to be on the basis of like how much is their
I
product selling,
assume
right?
like they leave themselves some room for, oh, we assume that maybe along the way a certain small amount of people will, stop buying our product, but it's still pretty much feasible for us because we're a pretty big industry overall. I think
Yeah, but
to
generally it's
to
going to be the case
as they
that in order
say,
to
to
maximize.
steelman the person from the chat, I think that's what they mean.
I don't think that's. They're saying that there's no relationship. There's none. You don't directly generate demand; it is mediated through other things. Okay, and what are those? Okay, and how do those other things mediate it? What do they determine it based off of? Is it perhaps the I don't know, like the extent to which a product is bought?
Oh, I have two chats, by
Or
the way.
bought
I
next
also
to
have my page, a White Forest page. Are you familiar with White Forest?
Yes, I am.
Yes,
You have a
yes.
white force page?
Yes,
Oh, damn.
lucyhaza.org/live. One person said there, remember sometimes demand is artificially created.
That's true. Let me go to lucyhaze.org.
How's that?
No, I'm not trying to donate. Wait, hold on.
You want to donate or subscribe?
No, I'm broke.
As I'm trying
Otherwise,
to
I
earn
would.
funds to go to Ukraine again to do more interviews.
Website under this. So how do I? Where do I find the
lucyhaza.org
it goes
slash
back to?
live. Just add slash live and should be.
Oh,
Yeah,
slash live. Oh, that's the one to click on. Okay. I clicked on the wrong one.
yeah.
Okay.
Recently interviewed a rescued child from the occupied territories in Ukraine.
How do you know if someone is a lefty? They say chicken tendies. True. Wait, that's so true though.
Thank you,
Is that
Fake
what?
Alec Cal Parker. Someone donated in your name.
Yeah.
Fake Alec Cal Parker did. I donate in the name of the guest. Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you. Have you
W.
ever played Stalker?
Ever played? No, I haven't.
Oh, you should. Should I debate you about having to play Stalker?
I don't feel like it. That's my proposition.
Why don't you feel like it? Are you a? That's racist, actually, not to play Stalker.
Well, how is it racist?
It's racist against Eastern Europeans, of course.
Yeah, but why? We're just begging the question, right?
It's because we put our hearts and soul. Well, not we Ukrainians. And you don't play it just based on the fact that it's from Eastern Europe. I can feel it in my soul.
What if I just don't really play games very often because I just don't have as much time as I used to?
Oh,
Also, fake
you don't
Kyle
play?
Parker.
Yeah, I know. I just
Yeah, I
saw
don't.
it. There,
It says soccer is a terrible
I don't
game.
know
So
how
now I
to.
have.
They no no. It's like my fake Cal Parker is my volunteer editor, and
Oh,
he says
nice.
that. So I don't I cannot believe that my own volunteer editor would say such a thing against the greatest game ever.
Oh my god.
But you don't play mini games? What games do you play when you have time?
Occasionally Minecraft, but I just don't have that much time anymore.
Damn.
Yeah.
Listen, I try to be busy, but I always have time for some gaming.
Usually
I
in my
try
free
to,
time, I just like either debate people or
like right now.
but at least that's recent. No, I wouldn't consider this debate.
See,
I just got back into debate.
I told you, my debates turn into friendly conversations.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
wouldn't consider this to be a debate. Like a debate would be like we strongly disagree on a position and then we you know
yeah, but
debate
even
for
when
a little.
I strongly disagree with a position, I usually try to do an exploratory approach rather than I will destroy you in the
No, that's
marketplace.
fair. I do the same a lot of the time, depending on what the position is and how strong it is, right?
But then again,
So be a dickhead.
Then I meet people like that one of from. I'm not sure if you saw, because that person, apart from conscription, also argued um, anti-men sexism in Ukraine.
Anti-men sexism.
Yeah,
Okay.
because Ukraine conscripts only men.
Yeah, I don't think it should be on the basis of gender or sex or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean,
That's my position.
I said that. Yeah, sure, women should be also conscripted, but I can sort of understand why the government chose not to in this case.
I think that the conscription should be on the basis of whether or not you're fit to serve, not on the basis of gender. That's what I think.
True, true. But I
Okay, so
don't
we agree
think
on that.
like yeah. But then I don't think it's a uniquely Ukrainian problem.
Oh yeah, no, it's not unique to Ukraine by any means. No, it's like that, like fucking everywhere.
Because I sort of stopped to think about it, then gave my answer, and the person was like, "You see how dishonest you are, that you hesitated and refused to admit
Yes.
that Ukraine is the bad guy."
Yeah, that's true. If you think about your answer, then
Like, gosh darn. And then, I don't know. Because I said
that
Ukraine
means
is
that
not
you're
special
just being
in this.
dishonest. I think.
You
How
know, it's
dishonest?
just like Ukraine. It's not a uniquely Ukrainian thing to just conscript men. And the person said, "Oh yeah, well Finland and Israel conscript both." To which all I had to say is, "Well, they're the, you know, they're the exceptions, not the rule. Ukraine's not the
No, literally.
exception."
No.
And they called me dishonest and said that I just won't admit that Ukraine's the bad guy and agree to disagree, and they left the call.
Yeah.
That's how it ended.
So that's like the weirdest, most roundabout defense of Russia I have ever heard.
I know. That I don't even. There's one topic. Okay, I will tell you this. There's one topic that's like almost a litmus test if someone of uh, progressiveness, I guess. Even people that consider themselves fairly progressive can falter on this one. Are you ready? Are you ready for it?
Hmm.
What is your position on traveling communities?
On what? Traveling communities?
Yeah, Roma people, Irish travelers, and
I don't know enough about the
etc.
subject to have much of a stance on it.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't usually have a stance on something unless I know about it.
Okay, I mean that's a reasonable stance to have. That is a stance that more people should adopt.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people will have like really strong stances on shit that they know nothing about. Like a lot of the like anti-trans people I debate, it's like they don't know anything about the subject. Like they actually believe that like children are like there's like this epidemic of children getting bottom surgery or some shit. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, although some countries sort of use bottom surgery as a mandatory policy to for sterilization of people, right? If you want gender care, then you need to do this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, which is obviously like wrong. Nobody
Yeah,
should be forced
yeah.
to do anything. I mean,
You
that's just like the
like
freedom XYZ
you
position.
you, you cover trans issues, right? Regularly,
Oh yeah,
fairly.
that's like one of the main things I talk about.
So what is your, because I've had a pretty, let's say, at some point I became less in a streamers chat, I became less polite. What is your view on, I think the person's name is Single. Jesse Single.
Jesse Single.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he's probably a pedophile. I don't know. That's
Do
my
you
view on
know
him.
do you know who I'm talking about?
Uh, Vaguely. I've seen like
Like the
some of the
person
shit he said,
who wrote the
and
whole
I think
article about a leading expert in the field being fired because of activists.
yeah, I think that Jesse Single is a pedophile. That's my position.
Like the whole clinic that sort of rejects the affirmative approach and even the uh, neutral observing approach, and the clinic that prefers telling children, well, maybe you're actually your natal gender, quote unquote.
Yeah, which is wrong, obviously.
Yeah,
The
of
clinic is
course,
wrong, though.
of course.
Yeah,
But
obviously,
but
somebody like Jesse Single is going to defend that.
a person who's like ahead of this sort of model was fired, and Signal wrote a whole article as,
Defending them.
yeah, saying that he was
Yeah, no,
unfairly
I am
fired.
100% certain that Jesse Single is a pedophile. That's my conclusion from that. I think that
I
he's a
see.
pedophile, and I think he should be castrated and never have children. And I think he belongs in the wood chipper. That's my position on Jesse Single. Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees with that though. I think we all sort of collectively agree, that he's a pedophile because it's funny to call him one. So I think it maximizes utility, because any suffering he receives from being called a pedophile is superseded by the extent to which I think it's fucking hilarious. So I think we ought to call him a pedophile.
Wow. My goodness. But yes,
Yeah.
I had a whole thing today about it, talk about it on a certain person server, and they argued that it's a nuanced approach. Like we
No,
don't
it's not
really
nuance.
we don't agree with this in any other medical setting. Like if you go to the doctor and say my arm hurts, the doctor's first task will not be to try
Be
to
like, okay,
disprove
but
that
does
you're
it
in
really
pain.
hurt?
Yeah,
Yeah. Like, does it really hurt though? Like, are you sure it hurts? Are you sure it's not
yeah.
gonna go on way? Like, are you sure
And
it
after a
hurts?
period
How do
of,
you know that it hurts?
yeah, after a
What if
period
you're
of,
just like
yeah, then we can do the
what if you were
tests.
groomed into thinking it hurts?
Yeah, maybe it's just in your head. Have you considered it? Maybe we should wait and
Have you
see.
considered getting therapy to make the arm pain go away?
No, let's just, let's not go to therapy. Let's just wait and see if you're really hurting for 5 days, then come back, and then we'll do some tests.
Hmm.
Yeah, let's make sure that it's actually real, your pain.
No, it's just like their arm is broken. They're like, yeah, but like, are you
Yeah, come
sure
back in
about that?
five
Like,
days.
I don't blame you.
Let's make sure. I think you're not in. I don't think it's broken. I think you're not in. I think you're
Yeah,
lying to me.
yeah,
You know,
exactly.
like we would
I
not
think it's just
accept
no.
this
I
in
think it's a
any other
social
medical
contagion.
setting.
I think your arm being broken is a social contagion.
Like even with even like, okay, let's even move on from the physical broken leg, etc. We don't accept that in any other uh, mental health issue setting.
Correct.
Like,
Like, oh, but like, are you really
are you really depressed? Are you really
depression?
sad? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think it's a social contagion.
Yeah,
I think, well, it's so dumb.
like
We're
the
not gonna
only
medicate you.
trans healthcare seems to be this strange, well, and being gay, of course,
Yeah.
because that's basically conversion therapy. That's my argument.
No, I would agree. Um,
Jack, don't do it. Ask what's a mental health. How would you answer the question? What's a mental health? Jack, don't do it.
What's a mental
I
health?
feel like I've
I'm so
seen Jack don't do it before in this stream.
like, what's a mental health?
Yeah.
What do you mean a mental health? Like a
Well,
single
they're
mental health?
probably asking what's mental health, but in a sarcastic and witty way. So they added the A.
Very sarcastic and witty.
Yes.
I can feel the wittiness irradiating off of my computer screen or
There are
this
some
phone
people that
screen.
unironically think that, oh yeah,
Mental
it's
health is
this person's a MAGA supporter. I've earned a viewer that is a
about
MAGA
you.
supporter. I don't know how, but it happened.
Wait, people think that I'm a MAGA supporter?
No, this person that just wrote in the chat is a MAGA supporter, and they
Oh, okay.
became my
So they're just
viewer.
like not sentient then. Okay. So they're not really a person in chat. Like they're basically just like a bot, like a flesh bot basically. Like they have flesh, but like they're not like a sentient.
They're anti-American. I learned that recently because they dissed
Yeah. So like they're like a pea zombie. Are
Listen,
you familiar with like what a pea zombie is?
no.
Yeah. So like in philosophy, it basically describes like if there was like a person that's like not conscious or sentient, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yeah. So they'd be like a pea
listen.
zombie, right?
They
Like they just don't
demonstrated.
experience
They've
anything.
demonstrated to me that they're anti-American by dissing the best state in the United States,
Wait, which one did they diss?
Maryland.
Uh, is Maryland the best state?
Of
I don't know
course,
about that.
I'm gonna persuade you that it is
Okay, why is Maryland the best state? Is it the most left
because
leaning?
it's called the United States in miniature, and it has the biggest amount of historical buildings in the country.
Yeah, but like, why do I care? What if I don't care
I
about
care.
historical buildings?
I'm a history nerd. Of course, I
That's
care.
fair. That's fair. I'm not a history nerd.
And it has
I'm
blue
like a.
crabs, which are apparently very delicious.
Are there?
I heard so. And also, there's this amazing spice that a person from Florida sent me. It's called Old Bay,
Yeah, but like, why would I get blue crab? When I could just like get chicken tendies instead.
I guess.
Like, chicken tendies are like objectively the best food in all of existence. That's my position.
I just
I think
I just fry my chicken.
I think that like I don't know. There's just something that hits different. It's like
I just fry it.
you
I've never
fry it.
understood the racist stereotype, by the way.
The what?
I never understood the racist stereotype in America, by the way,
Oh yeah.
against
No, it
black
doesn't make any
people.
sense. It's
The
like
fried chicken
it's
and
like dumb.
watermelon. Because
Yeah,
those
but
are
it's like
the
those
two
foods are
things that I
good.
really
But see,
love.
everybody likes those foods. Like what? Like everyone likes that though. Like
Yeah,
everyone eats that. Like what are you talking
because
about?
it's good.
It's like, oh yeah. Well, I bet you, as a black person, have objectively good taste in food. Oh wow, I'm so offended by that. What will I ever do upon this
Because
revelation?
the
Oh my
like
god.
I don't know. The stereotype is I don't know that it's poor people's food or something. I'm not sure.
I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense.
Because fair enough, chicken is pretty cheap that you fry, but it. I mean, okay, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really dumb.
Yeah, I like fried chicken. That's why I'm happy that Popeyes is in Poland. That's one good thing
Yeah,
about Poland. It actually opened a Popeyes opened in Poland in Warsaw.
that's cool.
Yeah, sometimes go there when people are generous with their donations.
Yay, that's fun.
But no, now I'm trying to get money for the Ukraine trip, and I'm trying to uh, get my bearings to gather my bearings and to write articles that anyone will like to or want to publish based on
Yeah,
the based on the interviews that I've done. I've done quite a few at this point. Mainly with one organization, the organization that rescues children who are either kidnapped to Russia to be Russified or from occupied territories.
mm.
So pretty big thing that um, I focus on when I'm in Ukraine.
Hmm.
Do you all season food in Poland? Yes, I think so.
I would assume so.
Yeah, I think so. Why? Why? I can't. This person says that
Check
they're
out do it. All right. I wanna know what your thoughts on modal realism are. Ready, go. Come on.
who's?
No, I'm asking Jack. Don't do it. I want to know what his thoughts are on modal realism.
Ask them what they think of tariffs.
I want to know their thoughts on modal realism. I want to know if he's a modal realist. Come on, Jack. You got to tell me. Unless maybe the stream is like a little bit behind. I have no idea. I think it
Maybe.
was last time. So maybe it takes like a little bit of time for him to answer. No idea.
Is a huge creator compared to me. Do you have any advice for me on how to grow?
Yes, I looked at your channel and let me see. Definitely with like the thumbnails, like, definitely a little bit too much text. Sometimes it's like a little bit hard to tell what's going on. Like they look very busy.
Oh,
So like
too
that's
busy.
the
What
first
do you
critique
think
that
of
I have.
those where I add those little hand drawn elements?
I guess it depends. Like I think that like generally like if you look at my thumbnails, like you'll notice that it's like
Hold on,
usually
I'm
like
gonna
very
take a look now.
simple. Like you'll notice my thumbnails are like very simple and like straight to the point, and like
Right,
you can sort of tell what's going on.
right.
Um, and
Fake trans, the newest video.
yeah,
Oh,
basically I was reacting to a trans med.
what is? Oh, is that what you meant with trans people at their own roast? I had a big debate. Do you know food
Yeah, it's in
shops?
quotation marks. Yeah, that dude, food shops, the person that admitted to being a pedophile. Yeah, I forgot about her.
Yes, I was on her panel with a few people that are trans medicalist, and I was making. I made an argument because they kept saying, you know, non-binary people, they're different from us and they occupy our spaces and they water down the meaning of being a trans woman, right?
Mm.
So I
Yeah, I think that
said
food shops is like one of the dumbest people in these
I
spaces.
debated I debated food shops once on the topic of
Yeah, me
genocide.
too. I debated her on utilitarianism, right?
Oh,
And long story short, she was gonna take the anti-utilitarian stance. Then, as
uh-huh.
soon as we actually start debating, she's like, "No, no, no. I actually agree with utilitarianism. I just disagree with your version of utilitarianism." I'm like,
Oh,
"Okay, so you concede your original position." She's like, "Yeah." So then
interesting.
we have a debate over like the which form of uh, which form of utilitarianism is correct, right? And
Right.
basically, she would just like pick a random axiom out of a hat and just like assert it whenever it's convenient. It's actually fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
I debated one of my main topics, the genocide.
Oh my
But
god.
yeah, that's one of my main topics of discussion. But I on that panel, I sort of told them all these arguments that you've just made. You do realize that TERFs, cis women who are TERFs, make the exact same argument about trans women, right? That trans
You want
women
to know what's
invade.
funny about?
Yeah,
Want to know what's funny about turfs is that they sometimes they're like very clockable despite being cis women. It's like very weird.
I
It's
mean,
like
I
crazy
don't
how
tend
like
to. I'm not very quote unquote passing, so I'm not gonna judge.
no, I
But
just think it's funny because like it's like the people that are like we can always tell, and it's like they look
right,
more masculine than me. It's like actually
yeah.
crazy. So it's like, okay, can you always tell? If you can
But
always tell, then you can clock yourself, right? Like you clock yourself because like
right,
I'm sorry, like
I mean,
your face structure is more masculine than
beauty
mine. It's almost like it's
standards,
not just on the basis of biological sex.
beauty standards. But so I said you do know that the same arguments are being used against you regularly, right? That you invade cis women's spaces, that you water down what it means to be a woman, that you're different, not the same, so you should be in a completely different category. And one of them responded by saying, "Oh, So you're making a Hitler drinks water argument.
What?
Yeah, that is unironically what like one of them said to me.
What? That's such a dumb response. Dude, they can't, like, dude, some of these people just can't fucking engage, I swear to God.
And I stand by it. It's the exact same type of argumentation.
No, literally, it is. It's like, it's a one-to-one comparison. Like, they have to establish a symmetry breaker. They can just be like, oh, so you're mad that Hitler is in favor of
Yeah.
drinking water then? That's what that argument is
Yeah,
like. Like,
Hitler
no,
drinks water and a regular person drinks water. Therefore, a regular person is like Hitler. That's your argument.
yeah, no,
It's like,
literally. It's
oh,
like they
come
haven't
on.
established what the symmetry breaker is. Like, what?
Like, yes. So as you can imagine, my position is that non-binary people absolutely are under the umbrella of trans people. I don't see why not.
That's a good position to hold. Our group.
You know, if we assume, which I think we should, that being trans means that you don't identify with the gender that you were
Assigned at birth,
identified.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, we agree 100%.
And becomes like it becomes this problem of just because people come from this strange position of because a person's experience is not completely identical to mine, it means that we cannot be under the same umbrella or sort of coexist, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the problem with that line of argumentation is no one's experience is going to be the same as anybody else's experience. Like, that's
Yeah.
just the quality gap.
Yeah, of course.
Like, it's literally impossible for anybody. Like, it's like, okay, so what is it like to be a woman? Well, what is it like to be anyone that's not yourself? Like, what are you talking
Right.
about?
Yeah, of course. And the biggest irony is that uh, they were arguing from the medicalist perspective, and I probably, because being from Poland and then being from the US, there's a not small probability that I probably jumped through more hoops to receive my care.
Oh, yeah, probably. I didn't have to jump through many hoops. Because, like, I started a year and a half ago at 19. I was barely 19. And so
I had to go
just,
through quite a lot of hoops. I had to go through a whole battery of tests.
yeah, that sucks. How long you been on HRT for?
It's my second year. I am very old as well.
Oh, really?
I'm an elderly person. How old do I look?
I don't know. I can't tell. Like,
Yeah. Shoot me.
hold on. Let me look at stream.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Like, you say you're old. Maybe like 30 then?
Oh gosh, nice. I'm 40.
Damn, okay.
Do I look 40?
You do not look 40.
Actually, in just a few months, I'll be 41.
That's crazy. Yeah, you do not look 40. I want
No?
to be real. No. No, not to me.
See, the
Part of it
HRT
could be
is
like, yeah, HRT de-ages you. It's crazy, actually. It's actually wild what HRT does.
yeah, it's nice. I love it. My hair
Mhm.
used to sort of be thinning out, and it regrew on HRT.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Jack, don't do it. Just said, what do you think about re-education? I'm convinced everything is AI outside of North America for our entertainment. I do not even think you are a real person. Well, I guess that's fair. That's a fair assumption, of course. Jesus. See? Do you have a MAGA viewer under your belt?
Um, Do I have MAGA viewers? Maybe a few. But like usually they get bullied out of the community, so it's like I
Oh my
mean
God, Dr. Johns just called me Grandma Lucy. Thank you, Dr. Johns. Thank you.
Grandma Lucy is crazy.
At least say aunt or something nicer. Grandma? Yes. I'm trying to grow a bigger audience. So what is your
Really?
advice to Grandma Lucy?
Well, Grandma Lucy, if you'd like to grow a bigger audience, what I would recommend is maybe try streaming in shorts and see what happens. I don't know. It might give you more viewers, it might not. It definitely helps for me, but I don't know if it'll help for you. You know how to stream in shorts?
No.
Basically, you just have to make the aspect ratio like vertical. You just have to like flip it.
Oh,
That's it. Yep.
interesting.
Yeah.
I could
Yeah.
do
So if you
that in
make it like the
Ukraine, like go to a coffee shop and stream from my phone.
yeah, if you stream from your phone, then it would be something that shows up in shorts.
Mm.
I do it from my computer because it's like one of the main things I do
I'd be able
is
to
short streams.
show Ukraine while I do it.
Yeah.
Kiev. Or even Warsaw, for that matter. Probably most people don't know Warsaw that watch me. Do you know Warsaw?
Yeah. I'm not too familiar. I don't know what it's like there.
Should come. Should come to Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have that much money.
Aren't you a huge streamer that has?
I'm not a huge streamer. The sub count is inflated. All right. Like I only have like a
You're
few
40
thousand
times
views.
bigger than me.
If we're counting sub count, yeah. But if you actually look at like video views or like even like even stream views are like a little bit misleading because it's like it shows up
Oh,
in shorts and like
what's your average
short
viewership?
subscribers don't like maybe 100.
See, that's a lot more than me.
Yeah, but that's not like that's not enough to get rich off of.
Though I will admit that I have a small but very generous audience.
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
I get that. Yeah, my audience is quite generous sometimes.
so
Like I have
you're
a few
yeah.
donators. They're like
Oh,
very consistent. Yeah.
maybe I should do more collaborations like this thing that's happening right now.
Yeah, maybe. I mainly do my own thing. I don't usually call into people's streams unless it's like a small streamer because then it's like fun. I don't know.
What made you want to um, call into this?
I just saw that you were live. Like I discovered your channel today. I'm like, oh, okay, she's live. I wonder if I could call in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what are your impressions of Lucy Hazet?
Mm. I have a pretty positive opinion so far.
Yeah, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah.
Do my best. Oh
Let's
wait,
go.
Greater. Oh yeah, Greater Rain disappeared. Greater Rain disappeared. So yeah, and today I have like a few topics on Ukraine prepared. I have this topic
Yeah.
on the Azerbaijani plane being shot down by Russia over Chechnya, and how Russia, how the official story initially was that the plane was hit by a flock of birds, even though you could clearly see shrapnel holes
That's
in the
crazy.
photos of the plane.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it just had an unfortunate run-in with the birds,
Wow,
woodpeckers.
that's such a wacky coincidence,
Yeah,
huh?
I know. All those holes are just woodpecker holes, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And that's one topic for today.
Oh
Another,
my
there's
god.
gonna be a topic about Viktor Orban and the Hungary person, and Fico, the Slovakia person, their attitude towards peace. There's gonna be topic
Yeah.
about recent Russian missile strikes on Ukraine.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a few topics. Oh, and Putin saying that Slovakia could host Russia-Ukraine peace talks. It's crazy out here.
What are your thoughts on Brianna Wu?
Oh, Brianna Wu, not very positive, to be honest.
Me neither.
She
Dude,
roped in a lot of good people into progressive victory as well and screwed them over.
Yeah.
That
Dude, what's funny is she did like she made a tweet where like she said some like fucking awful like threads that should actually I think it should be harder to get this necessary medical care type
yeah,
shit, right?
yeah.
Anyone that disagrees with me with a large enough platform, I will debate. And I'm like, okay, fucking debate me. And then she dodged me. She was like,
Oh,
I only debate people that approach me in good faith. Yeah, okay. Or you just want to debate somebody that's like, I don't know, that you know you have like at least a chance at beating. I don't know if she knows who I am,
Brianna Wu
but
claims to be Jewish. That's strange. But
Brianna Wu is a fucking freak.
Brianna Wu is pretty transphobic, actually.
She is.
I think my favorite tweet of hers is when she wrote, "Am I the only trans person with a room temperature IQ around here?" She made some points where she thought she was being smart about trans issues, and oh yeah, it was about some trans topic being pulled off a TV show or something. She was like, "It's great. It's a great move, the taking away the wokeness or whatever. Am I the only trans person that's room temperature IQ?"
Oh my god.
I'm like, I guess so.
Yes, you
yeah.
are.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
you are. You are. Trans people tend to be a lot smarter than you, Miss Brianna. Also, isn't it the case that like I remember hearing that like apparently she's gonna like lose her voice because of like like some sort of disease she has or some shit.
Oh.
Which is pretty cool. So now if she ever shows up on a panel, it's just gonna be like the Brianna Wu like gasping noises. It's gonna be like the
I mean, I'm not
Dude,
really in favor
I
of
remember seeing a
people
compilation
having.
of Brianna Wu gasping noises
I
at a
did
fucking
see that,
President Sunday
but
stream.
I did. Oh, so you
Oh.
watch President Sunday?
Sometimes, occasionally, not always.
I will say that.
But
I will say that I'm not a big fan of Brianna Wu. She has some
me
very
neither.
bigoted views on many things.
Yeah, Brianna Wu is one of the dumbest people.
Unfortunate, but with money.
Yeah.
I consider myself a bit of an animator. I would give a lot
Yeah.
to be given. Yeah, I draw animation, hand drawn animation.
Well, that's cool.
I would be pretty happy if I'd have the opportunity that Brianna Wu had, like to be able to start a whole animation studio. Which basically
Wait,
would be me just hiring a bunch of in-betweeners at this stage.
do you remember when Brianna Wu came out as trans? Like as if it wasn't the case that everybody already knew. Like she was
Right.
like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm trans. Yeah, we know. Like this is public knowledge. This isn't a
Right.
secret. We already knew that.
She does
You
love
made it really
attention.
fucking obvious."
She does like attention. And oh yeah, and she keeps talking about Gamergate for some reason.
Yeah, because that was like the only time that she was actually relevant. Like
Was
outside
she
of, like,
even? I'm not even sure if she was actually.
that was the most relevant she ever was. Like that's
Yeah.
like that was like the peak of her relevancy. Like
Yes,
aside from
but
that, like she's been pretty irrelevant.
That's sad.
It's like the only people that talk about her are like fucking President Sunday and like the fucking me every once in a while. Like nobody else really gives a fuck about her.
I'm pretty small, but
Maybe
a
maybe
lot of creators know me, of me at
yeah,
least. That's a thing.
that's cool. I get that. Yeah, Brianna Wu, like I mean, I guess Tipster might talk about Brianna Wu sometimes,
Tipster.
maybe.
Tipster
Yeah.
sometimes appears in this chat.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yo, Tip, if you're watching this, what's up?
And also
I
sometimes says
I
something
don't think
on
he's
the
watching
Discord.
right now. If he was watching right now, he probably would have said something because I'm on stream.
Yeah. So he
Yeah,
sometimes,
I didn't know that Tipster showed up in your chat. That's cool.
yeah, sometimes shows up and
He
is
showed
on
up in my
the
chat
Discord.
once. Yeah.
I think I've
Mm.
spoken to most of the streamers, political ones, at least once.
Yeah. Have you talked to Hassan?
No, I've not spoken to Hassan or Destiny
Vosh?
for that matter. Hmm?
Have you
I've s-
talked to Vosh?
I have spoken to Vosh once because there
Huh.
was a whole thing uh, at the end of 2022, beginning of 2023, where my mom was. Someone ran into my mom with an electric scooter, and
Mm.
she had to go to the hospital. She had to have surgery, and President Sunday with Demon Mama and Aiko Rules did I think, I'm not sure if, was that 24 or a 12-hour, a long hour fundraiser for my mom, for her uh, rehab, because after surgery you need rehab right away because otherwise it won't be good, you know?
Hmm.
And the free healthcare rehabilitation after surgery, we'd have to wait for 6 months. So we had to go private, but we couldn't afford private, so we had to do a fundraiser. And
Damn.
uh, Vosh called in at the end of that long fundraiser, so that's where we spoke briefly.
Huh. That's cool.
So I guess his viewers helped out a lot with the fundraiser.
Well, damn.
That was a whole thing. And
Well,
actually,
that's cool.
thanks to that, we could afford the rehab for my mom, and thanks to that, she walks well now. Because if you don't,
Well, that's
certain things, if you just don't do these sort of things right away, then you have long-term repercussions. Like if you have surgery and if you just don't start, trying to walk right away, have the rehabilitation, then your results will be much worse than you started months after, right?
yeah.
But yeah, that's. So I did speak to Vash briefly.
Yeah. Well,
I
that's cool.
I can think of just a
I used
few.
to be
Yeah.
I used to be a Vosh fan until like, the whole horse lolly folder came
Oh
out. Then
yeah,
I
the
was like,
folder thing. Yeah. I
yeah, then I
was
was like,
uh,
yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, Chief. Yeah,
I was
no.
very
No thanks.
unfortunate. Yes. Also, there's been
Yeah,
a
I was
whole thing with, if you watch President Sunday even occasionally, then you're probably aware of the existence of a person called Westside Tyler.
Yep, I am.
Yes, and his whole thing with Demon Mama, etc.
Yep, I watched all of that go down.
Yes.
I was lurking in the shadows. I never covered it.
Yeah, I have not covered. I don't do much drama related stuff at all. I mainly do war related stuff.
Yeah, I do a lot of drama related stuff, but that wasn't one of the things I wanted to cover because I don't have any I don't have any personal beef with Tyler or anything. Like I don't dislike either streamer.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, like I didn't really want to cover it because like I don't have like aside from like me disagreeing with Tyler in terms of how he handled the Demon Mama thing, I don't really
Yeah.
have any other issues with him. So I didn't really want to I don't really want to like shit on him because like other people are already doing that. So it's like okay, there's not really a point.
And none of them raid you. That's right, none of them. Well, no, that's not exactly true. Loner Box has raided me a few times. See, that's what I'm saying. I debated Loner Box, but because my debates are friendly conversations, he rated me a few times after.
Well, that's nice. Yeah, generally, if I debate like a content creator, like I'll usually be pretty cordial.
What content creators do you know? Political content creators.
I debated, goddamn it, Malcolm the other day. It was kind of a boring ass debate, though. I'm not gonna lie.
What was it about?
Um, AGP,
The what?
AGP, autogonophilia.
Oh, wait, really?
Yeah,
What was their
yeah.
position?
Their position is that it's real and that it's a useful description of a certain archetype of trans people. And I was taking the
Huh?
negative position, which is that no, it's not useful.
How is
Like
it
if what you're
useful
describing is
apart from giving
basically,
leeway to bigots?
basically
Of
he
course.
argued that basically his argument is well you see, it's like a specific type of autosexuality. It's like okay, just say autosexuality parentheses trans. That's all you have to do. You just autosexuality parentheses trans. It's really easy.
Is the whole
Yeah.
pretty sure it's used in anti-trans argumentation a lot. The whole autogenophilia thing.
Yeah. No, it is. He acknowledges that it is, but his position is well you see. Well, it is true that the I have to add like 50 qualifying statements in order to make it clear that what I mean when I say AGP is completely different from what literally everybody else means when they say the term.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to change the way I use language. It's like okay, all right. How would I say, bro? I don't know what to tell you if you just don't care.
Who was the biggest creator that you've debated on a thing?
Hunter Avalon.
Oh, okay. What did you debate him on?
I think it was xenogender slash neopronouns, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
what was his?
So I
Did you?
basically I just went in there being like, yeah, so can you describe like what the objective or measurable harm is caused by people being xenogender?
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't able to he was that basically he like tried like appealing to optics. I destroyed that argument. It was a long time ago.
See, no, gender is
It was
like the litmus test akin to Roma people. Rather than the
yeah.
gender topics.
Yeah, I always like to debate gender topics just because it's like I don't know the most relevant to me and the most
Because I
interesting.
feel like
But that
even
was before I was out as
people.
trans. What?
Oh, I feel like people that consider themselves uh, progressive will can be completely iffy on the xenogender topic.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's not like a super important topic to me, but like I don't know if somebody has like a wrong position, like
It's been a
I will be
while
like,
since I've heard of the topic, to be quite honest. Feels
yeah,
like
that's
it
fair.
fell to the wayside. People used to argue about it a lot more.
Yeah, that's true.
About the Caesar pronouns. People used to argue about that a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah. I took like the stance against it, and then I moved more left, and then I was like, yeah, but like, does this cause like an objective or measurable harm? The answer, of course, being no. So like, why do I care? Well, I don't.
Right,
I just don't care. If people want to identify this way, like why? Like just why would I give a shit?
right. Yeah. People should be allowed there to be themselves.
Yeah, for sure.
Alrighty.
All
Well,
right. Well, you
any
do have other topics you want to talk about.
yeah,
You said.
any plans for tonight? I might also play video games apart from the serious politics and
I'm
stream.
also gonna do my own stream.
Oh, what's this
Yep.
gonna be about?
It's really gonna be just like me, just chatting, just talking with my audience. You know.
I do that sometimes. I mean, I do that a lot, but I
Yeah.
also try to do some political topics that I can forage into segments.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm like too lazy to make segments a lot of the time. Like the main thing I focus on is live streaming. But
Oh, I do live streaming and then I turn it into segments. And then I
yeah,
take
that makes
the
sense.
revenue and I go to Ukraine.
That's pretty based.
Too.
Anyways, it was good talking to you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice meeting you too. All right, have a good one.
Yeah, I'll see you.
See you.
Bye bye. And just like that, we had a spontaneous call-in. What did you think? What do you think? What is your opinion on the, you know, I feel like I've been added, but no, I guess not. I'm tuckered out. I'm all tuckered out. It's a bit sad that if Femi does not say the N word even a single time here, I feel cheated. Wait, does she typically use the N word? So, how is everybody? How was that? Give me your. All of my content creators are playing games, and only Lucy is involved in interesting stuff for now. I think that stream is awesome. Yeah? Wait. What content creators do you watch again? Vladimir? What? I also called you. Almost called you Vladislav. What do you? What content creators do you watch, Vladimir? Aren't there content creators that cover Ukraine and topics like that that are not playing video games right now? Wait, what is her reputation? I've just met this person now for the first time in my life. I've never heard of Femios before in my entire life. Never ever. Like this is my first time encountering and talking. Boom, boop. What content creators do you watch, Vladimir? Wait, Lonerbox is playing games right now, and Dylan is playing games right now. You're both playing video games right now. Really? Is that true? Apparently, she compulsively says the N word. I can say I've seen enough to say whether. I mean, if it's what? If it was compulsive, then I don't think that's true. I'm gonna be honest. That statement does not feel true to me. The compulsive N word claim. It feels false from the conversation that I've just had. I'm gonna be real with you. It doesn't feel like it's true. Like at all. So Dylan and Lonerbox are playing games right now? They don't strike me typically as streamers that play video games on their shows. I feel like they keep their shows to politics or something. Super politics streams. I'd sooner expect President Sunday to play video games on stream. To be. Or me. I'd sooner expect myself to play video games. Oh, look at this. Look at this little booklet that I've got here. It's called Mission to Moscow by Joseph E. Davis, a record of confidential dispatches to the State Department official and personal correspondence diary and journal entries including notes and comment up to 1943. Do you know where this booklet was published? I'm going to tell you where this booklet was published. It's a very interesting piece of historical literature. This book was published in like something like, oh my gosh. It was copyrighted in 1941. When was this published? I want to know. I guess April 1944. There you go. This booklet is a fresh thing from a diplomatic mission to the USSR, published in 1944. Cool? Take a look. I just randomly find these historical artifacts lying around the room, lying around my streaming space, so that I can prove my credentials as a historian, as a history streamer. You see, have I proved my credentials? I feel like the chat has become very quiet. The chat has become very quiet on me. Oh, it's almost too. Right? Hold on. No. I'm gonna. Oh, we're gonna eat dinner on stream as well. I'm gonna take a few moments to rest after the conversation, and then we're gonna jump into some actual topics. How does that sound? How does that sound? Oh, maybe. Okay. I'm gonna do an enquete, which is a poll. I should warm up some food right now. Shouldn't I? I should. Okay, topics or game? Topics then game. Game then topics. I should correct this word. Start the enquete with the 7 people that are here. Today is a very slow streaming day for me. Just only... Isn't that right, Dr. Johns? You're still here, right, Dr. Johns? Isn't that right, Dr. Johns? Oh. Keep seeing interesting articles. What dessert? Damn. What? Oh. Jesus Christ. Of course. Oh. Okay. I want to read about that later. Jesus, so many. Oh. Okay. Oh my gosh. Bad empanada. Maybe we should watch a bad empanada video as a react. Topics then game. Okay. Okay, only 2 votes. I'm gonna go cook myself some food, and I'm gonna expect you to be more active. Okay. I'm gonna wait. So many people are playing Marvel Rivals right now. There's a game everybody's playing right now. It's called Marvel Rivals or something. What's up with that? What's up with that whole Marvel Rivals thing? I'll be right back. No? Wait, no what? What do you mean no? What do you mean no? I have no clue. Okay, I'm gonna go warm up food. I'll be right back. We're gonna be adding this to food. Oh my gosh, look. I should be playing game too. I don't believe that those streamers that were just mentioned by Vladimir are playing games. I'll be right back. We'll be adding this. Oh, look, look. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it covered. I'll be right back. Don't go away. And then we're going to be talking about which thing were we going to be talking about? Yeah, actually, we're going to be talking about that. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that. That's going to be our first topic. I'm already dedicated. I'm a dedicated dedicee, and I'm going to talk about this. I'm going to talk about why Slovakia sucks. And I'm also going, as a bonus round, I'm going to be talking why Hungary sucks as well. 2 for the price of 1. I'm going to be discussing why Ukraine's neighbors are the worst. And then, after a few topics, we're going to be playing a game. Actually, if you want me to play a game, you should write the title that you want me to play. And then I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on. Your potatoes. What? Smooth? What smooth? What do you mean? I'll be right back. I'm not smooth. Wait, why do you want me to play the same game as Aiko? Do you see me as Aiko Rules? It's gonna be ready in a few minutes. Do you just see me as some version of Aiko Rules, Dr. Johns? I feel like you're seeing me that way. You like play the game that just so happens to be the game that Aiko started playing recently. Hold on, let me check if I even have it. Oh, I wrote Aiko on Steam instead of Amnesia. I wrote Aiko. I actually do have it. From your Steam family library. I could install it. I could install Amnesia. Veilguard. What's Veilguard? I don't think I have Veilguard. Also, welcome, Emily. You're white. I don't have Veilguard. I have Code Vein. How do I have Code Vein? Who has code? How do I have Code Vein? Wow, I didn't even know I had this. Had no clue I had this game. Now I know. Incredible. It's incredible. I have Doom. We could play Doom. The old Doom. The Doom 2 game. Would you like me to play Doom? Boom, boom, play some Doom. Oh yeah, do you think that the conversation that we had would be a good segment? Do you think that's a good segment? I haven't thought of that, but do you think it's a good segment? A person's a much bigger creator than I am, okay? 40 times bigger. 40k subs. Like, oh my gosh. People don't usually... People of that size don't usually talk to me. You know? People of that size are usually like, who are you? Deep Rock Galactic? What? You already said it. You already said Deep Rock Galactic. I don't... Should I see if I have it? Is that a game? Deep Rock Galactic? I don't know what that is. I'm gonna look it up in my library. Deep... Oh, I have it. I've got it. I have that game. Did I receive it as a... Did I get it as a gift from someone or something? I have it. You want me to play that? Wait, did you gift it to me? Satisfactory. I have no clue what Satisfactory is, but I've seen someone play it all day today. I don't know what Satisfactory is. I don't have Satisfactory. I thought I made you buy it a long time ago. Not Satisfactory. It would be a waste to not make it a segment. Was a good convo. Yeah, really? Oh my gosh, okay. Nice. So we've got one segment for the night. Mr. Burns was charitable with his latest Ukraine coverage, but I've never seen him playing Stalker live on air. Wait, was? Is Mr. Burns not streaming anymore? Listen, you come to me. You come to me to see Stalker played on stream live, okay? Both Stalker 1 and Stalker 2, you come to me, okay, to see it played live. DRG, yeah, I do have that. I'm actually installing it right now. Well, I'll be right back. I think my dinner's made. And then we're gonna add the Old Bay. That's right, got done. True. Even if I suck, okay? Even if I suck at the game, but that's good. Because people love seeing streamers fail at games. And then stand up and try again. And then stand up and try again. Oh gosh, so much things that I want to complain about tonight. About Western allies to Ukraine. Gosh. Oh, and yeah. I feel like I should talk about the uh, plane that was shot over Chechnya, you know. I mean, no, wait, no, hold on. It was not shot down. It encountered a flock of birds, woodpeckers. I forgot. I almost forgot myself. As an Azerbaijanian plane that encountered a big flock of birds and crashed because Russia would not allow it to land after it encountered birds. Very curious that Russia would not allow it to land, but told it to move along. Huh? I like it. I like it a lot. I was definitely not shut down by Russian anti-air systems. No, definitely not. It was birds. The bird. The bird is the word. Or something. I'll be right back. I'll let you think on it, actually. I will let you think on it. The misinformation saying that it's under. Don't believe anybody that tells you that it's anti-air or whatever. It was birds. Food. Birds that exploded in a carefully designed pattern of fragments with optimal lethal ability after tracking the heat and infrared signature of the plane's engines. Listen, first of all, the birds just happened to land where they landed. And the hulls that you're talking about, there's no design pattern of fragments, okay? These are woodpeckers. I don't know if you've ever heard of woodpeckers in your life. Woodpeckers make little holes in wood. And just as they usually make little holes in wood, they made little holes in the plane. I think you're just misinformed. I dare say you're just ignorant on the subject. I think you're down. I think we should debate it. I think we should debate it, quite honestly, at this point. You're just very ignorant. I think you're just spreading misinfo at this point. Oh, emotes. One time I did see a woodpecker actually. Nice. A real one, not the cartoon, right? Was not the cartoon, right? Also join the page. Please, I beg. I beg you. Please join the page so that I can afford groceries. Because there seems to be a problem in the left when it comes to not giving me money for groceries. Also, I'm gonna use this now. Okay, this is the food that I've got. Okay, look at the food. Look at the food. Look at it. Look. This is the food that I've got. I'm gonna spice it up with this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. I am so ready for this. Yeah, real one was on a tree pecking wood. So now you see that it's perfectly reasonable for me to say that the plane was shot down. I mean, hit by a flock of birds. I don't know what you're trying to. You're just a contrarian, honestly. If you think it was anything else but birds, I think that you're just a contrarian and a Russophobe or something. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Old Bay. Mm. Delicious. Delicious. If you subscribe and donate, I'll be able to eat more delicious food like this. Mm. They ain't been woodpeckered down. True. I agree with birds, but the birds had qualities very similar to anti-aircraft missiles. I mean, birds are dangerous. Don't you know that birds are basically dinosaurs? Have you never watched Jurassic Park? Don't you know how dangerous dinosaurs are? In fact, when I do the actual coverage of the topic, I'm gonna give it a title of Dinosaurs Strike Down Plane Over Chechnya. Okay, and I'm gonna do a thumbnail of a pterodactyl attacking a plane. Okay? How's that? There's gonna be a pterodactyl, they're gonna be attacking the plane. There's gonna be dinosaurs attack plane over Chechnya. I'm sick and tired of all these mother quacking dinosaurs on this mother quacking plane. Yes, mother quackers. Have my own brand of censorship. Mm. You know, when the guest said that they have nothing, that she has, when the guest said that she has nothing against West Side Tyler, actually, I could have mentioned Tyler's strange anti-homeless stance and Tyler's strange fantasizing about going back in time and killing a child, but I guess I didn't think of that in the moment. I guess that sort of flew over my head like a flock of birds as it was happening. I saw that debate, quote unquote, of West Side Tyler with this other person called Mrao or something. It's very strange. I sometimes ask people if I should debate West Side Tyler. Is this how West Side Tyler would debate me? By trolling and laughing? Also, hello, Archive. Is that what would happen? Oh, we're calmly eating. This is a ASMR food stream. President Sunday said recently in one of his videos that the allure of Destiny is not the politics and not the debates, it's ASMR. I'm gonna put this theory to the test. I'm gonna take my microphone a bit closer, okay? I'm gonna bring it a bit closer. I'm gonna forget about making politics the main appeal to this whole thing. Forget about making video games the main appeal or debates or whatever. I'm gonna make this an ASMR experience and we'll see. We'll see if I'm gonna gain as many viewers as Steven. I'm putting the theory to the test. As apparently Destiny's main appeal is ASMR. Omega Tug. Because his voice is already ASMR. Then why aren't they 7,000 people in this audience right now if my voice is ASMR? Thank you for a tier 1. The Tyler killed funny, but his Trump homeless camps take was another level. Just damn. I think his debate about being a soldier with that streamer was pretty bizarre. Thank you for the $5. Lucy, do you like parodies? Parodies, not. I am 7,000. Wait, 7,000 what? Oh, you are the 7,000. Good. Welcome back, Greater Rain. You were missed. Greater Rain, what did you think of the discussion that I had with the guest? Did you enjoy? Should I have more guests? Does the stream benefit from conversations? Should I open up the stream to more conversations? Am I a conversationalist? Or should I just keep it a solo act for the most part? Write your opinions in the chat as I eat this beautiful meal sprinkled with Old Bay. I'm gonna add some more Old Bay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Nobody has opinions on the... Nobody has any opinions on the discussion that I had with the guest? I'll have you know that the guest that spontaneously called in is 40 times bigger than me. You know? Over 40,000 subscribers. I also missed it because I was at grandparents' house. I'm gonna release it as a segment, so don't worry. Don't worry. We had a mini debate and then we just talked. Pretty cool. Pretty cool that people are actually starting to get my stream in recommended. Because this person called in because she got my stream in her recommended and decided to tune in. And then called in. Isn't that pretty cool? Was her guest a trans creator called Femios. That's pretty cool. You mean trans people pronounces? What do you mean? Pronouns? You mean pronouns? What do you mean, Vladimir? I've got Daggerfall as well. Wow. I guess we're doing just chatting right now. We're doing just chatting with the audience right now. Before we get into the, you know that I could call into Wik today, right? There's this topic on Wik about Lex Friedman. What is your, like, maybe I should talk about Lex Friedman. Maybe I should do that, make that a segment. I should call into Wik and say why Lex Friedman proposing to Zelensky that their interview is in Russian is a very stupid idea. I think so. I think it's a really stupid thing to propose, honestly. Maybe other people that cover Ukraine have a different opinion on this, but in my opinion, it's a really stupid thing to propose to Zelensky as the president of Ukraine, okay? Hey, let's just have it in Russian. You know? And Wik is defending that position. Wik is saying, no, Lex Friedman is being treated unfairly on this. So I could call into Wik and argue with him about it because I think, I think that Lex Friedman deserves all the backlash that he is getting on that, right? Like I go to extreme examples, but the example I gave is like it would be. Imagine if Nazi Germany's invading a country, and Lex Friedman's goes to the leader of the country that's being invaded by Nazi Germany and is like, "Hey, you know what? Oh, I'll add a caveat. Nazi Germany wants to erase that country's language and replace it with German." That's a caveat that I have to add. And Lex Friedman's like, hey, we're both German, fluent German speakers. Why don't we just conduct the interview in German? You know? It's basically the equivalent of that, in my opinion. Not in Russia, in Russian, in the Russian language. Not in Russia. Russian language. Not in Russia. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Lex Friedman did not propose that. Hey Zelensky, let's do it in Russia while we're at it. You know? Do I have the agreement with my audience on that, or do I have pushback? Does anybody want to call in and debate me on that? In this case, definitely. In this case, it's definitely a better idea than conducting it in Russian. come on. Come on. It's a very stupid, in my opinion, of Lex Friedman, but to ask something like that. And I think he deserves the backlash he got. I don't think he's being treated unfairly, quote unquote. So do you want me to call into Wick or what? Do you want me to call into Wick? Or no? Write in the chat if you want me to call into Wick. Have another Wick-centric stream. Wick-centric segment. That's a topic. Because it's under the preview of the topic of Lex Friedman. Should I? I could. Oh my god. He got Mersheimer on his show. Of course. I think it's the worst thing that you could ask of Zelensky. Is Wick monolingual? I believe so. I believe Wick only speaks English. I don't really hold it against people when they speak only one language, by the way. Sometimes there are different circumstances, right? There are people that do a lot of very good work and they speak only a single language. So I don't really hold it against people when they do. Yes? Greater Rain says yes. Okay, I'm gonna call into Wick right now. I'm gonna click on his waiting room or whatever and see if he lets me in. Okay, I'm gonna do it now. Right now, right this second, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go into his waiting room or whatever. Some of us are trying to learn more. Yeah, but I don't hold it against people if they don't find the time or the focus or any other reason not to learn a different language. And if they still do a lot of great work in other areas without knowing the languages. Okay, backstage. I'm hitting the backstage. There you go. I'm in the backstage. Who's in the backstage with me?
I'm trying to get in there.
Hello. Do I know you?
Probably not.
Who are you? Oh, I'm streaming, by the way. You're live on my stream as well.
Oh, my bad.
I'm the biggest Polish trans streamer trying to talk to... Is Wick still talking about the Lex Friedman stuff?
No, he's on the Vivek.
Oh.
Both here. What did you
Hello.
want to talk about? I'm gonna end soon, but go ahead.
You're gonna end soon. Have you already done the
I've been
Friedman
streaming
bit?
for 2.5 hours. Yeah,
That's the bare minimum. You should be.
That's what we've been doing. Have you watched my show before? This is what we do. We do about 2 hours and then we end.
You should stream for 6 hours, 7 hours. You should grind the streamer lifestyle.
I'm good on that.
I actually wanted to catch Ash before he left, but
4 hours minimum. That should be your minimum time.
I don't make enough money to do. You guys don't pay me enough.
Yeah, that's how it works. If you stream for 4 hours minimum, you'll make more money. People will be like, "Oh my god, Wick is really grinding it out. We should donate more." Or
You know what?
something.
You know what? Let me change that real quick.
Oh, yeah, give me money. Okay, I'll wait.
I'm here for the Lex Friedman thing.
Okay. Give me your argument. I don't know if you heard my arguments earlier. Did you? Were you here?
No,
for
I haven't. I had a guest
Thank
earlier.
you for the sub, LaFrosty. I appreciate it.
See, I told you it's working. The more you grind, the more.
Because I just asked him for money.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
No,
the
but
more
like-
the more you grind, the more opportunities you have to ask people for money.
Maybe, but I don't. I value my time higher than my money. So.
You don't enjoy streaming?
I do for about 2 or 3 hours, and then I stop enjoying it.
Wow.
Hey, Wick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, no Mike.
So these countries that we're drawing in this top talent from, what is there? Do you think there's a fundamental difference in how their governments invest in getting people the higher education required for these top tech jobs?
I'm sure there's differences. I don't know them off the
What
top
are
of
we
my
talking
head.
about now?
Do you think Vivek would be willing to have his taxes raised if it equaled Americans getting the higher education required?
I can't speak for Vivek. I have no idea.
Well, he's the one that made the tweet. Because my issue, I think you're correct in saying it's a talent issue. I think we're probably just importing the labor needs for those positions. I don't necessarily buy that like qualified Americans are just not being given the jobs, but I don't. His tweet seemed to suggest it was like a work ethic issue, and I think that's
Yes, I
the
do think
problem.
that's
And
true. I
Yeah.
know that the culture. Let's use Chinese culture. I'm familiar with that. The own emphasis on academic excellence amongst people in China, in their families, for their children, is far, far higher than that of America. Far, far higher, right? That's their culture. It just is. Like American kids, and it's just true. They're like, whatever makes you happy. In China, they're like, happy? What's happy have to do with it? Get your ass in school. You better make an A, and if you don't make an A, you're gonna get a whooping, right?
well, it's
That's
also
the
what we're
difference.
steering.
Okay, to defend
It's also
America
what we're
a bit,
steering
isn't it a
people
debate
to.
on the state, the area, the whatever? Isn't it like, if you want to go that way, the U.S. has a pretty big Asian community itself, pretty big Chinese community. Doesn't that apply?
Yeah, their culture is, again, for especially immigrants, Chinese immigrants, first generation
Yeah,
immigrants.
but
they
that
have a
defeats
much
your
different culture than
defeats your argument
Why?
because America is a melting pot. All the cultures that exist within
Okay.
America are part of American culture in the end.
But not to the same degree because it is
What do you
diluted with a
Yeah,
a
I
bunch
would
of
also
other
not
countries,
agree with that.
right? Chinese culture is also not like monochromatic, but
Yeah,
it is
exactly.
far likelier that a Chinese student, a Chinese child, will be driven and emphasize academic excellence and performance over an American kid. That's just true.
But it's also what industry we're steering them to or what majors we are too, because Vivek kind of roots out of the MAGA movement that's been calling higher education a scam and go learn to be a welder,
I mean, that's also a
which has
type
been
of
for the last 2
education.
years. So now
No, but
we're
like
getting
it's
off.
logical though,
We
right?
don't have enough qualified people. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
like,
logical
make
though, right? Because if you don't have the qualified people in your country, and you will ultimately lose out to the people that, or the countries that are willing to train their, people better or educate them better, then obviously you will lose out to those guys. And the thing is that I wanted to catch Ash on before he left was that the thing is, like, this workforce, you can't just like pull out of thin air. They have to come from somewhere, right? And if we hire based on this meritocracy, then obviously the person with the best merit should get it. And if that happens to be a Chinese person because they're getting fucking militarized or trained like super hard, then so be it, right? It should be the best, as Wick said, right?
Yeah, I don't have any issue of grabbing the talent from where you need to grab it as required. If there aren't Americans qualified to do it, I don't have a problem with hiring visa workers. The only thing I was questioning was like, well, what's Vivek's solution? Because he had a long diatribe of a tweet complaining about American workers. So I'm like, okay, well, what are solutions to get Americans more qualified for these type of? Is it investment in Americans, making higher education more affordable so more people have the opportunity to go? Like what kind of things can we do to get the American workforce into the modern era while learning engineering and tech jobs instead of steering them away from that?
Well, not shutting down the fucking, education wing of your government would be one, I think. But also, yes, definitely making it more affordable, or actually just making it, free. Yeah, exactly. Like many other places in the world, it's taxpayer paid, right? But and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, haha, EU better than the US or anything like that.
Exam, and in many countries, it's based on your achievements in high school. What sort of university you get to?
Or like a grade level you have to pass to get into.
Yeah.
Like to be a doctor, you need a certain, all that shit. But it's all taxpayer paid, but I know that a thing that Americans hold really dearly is the idea that they fucking despise paying for everyone else. And I just don't think it's realistic to do it that way. So making it more affordable would probably just be lowering the cost from the university's side. I'm not sure if you should legislate it like that, or if there has to be a change on the side of the universities themselves or whatever, but definitely. And also, I'm just gonna say it, the whole idea of homeschooling your children is completely foreign and alien to me. The idea that there isn't a board of education, that literally, has a requirement of you learning civics, just basic civics. It is scary how many Americans that we interact with like daily online and on Twitter and shit like that very, very genuinely have no idea how the US government even works, or how all this shit is funded, or how the economy works, or how things are paid for. And it's kind of crazy that so many people have opinions of something they have no concept of.
Anything else from you guys?
Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm here to ask you about Friedman.
Go ahead. We can do this again. That's fine.
Just tell me your opinion. Tell me
So
your.
I think that it's very simple, right? Lex and Zelensky should speak in the language that they are most fluent in to ease understanding. Again, this isn't a live interview. This isn't something they're doing in the moment. This will be edited. There will be post-product. It'll be edited in post and things. English dubs, Ukrainian dubs, all the dubs of all the languages that they feel are necessary will be put in. It won't cause me any issue as a viewer, even though I don't speak Russian, right? I'll be able to understand fine. But I think that Lex wanting to maximize understanding is the right call here in this conversation, yeah.
I think it's the worst possible call. I think asking a president of a country who's being attacked by a country that wants to replace his language with the language to say, yeah, let's, as a head of state, why don't we conduct the discussion in the language that is being actively worked to replace yours?
It's the language Zelensky speaks best.
That's irrelevant.
It's the only relevant thing in the conversation with when again your goal is, if your
No,
goal is
not when the discussion inevitably will be about Russia wanting to destroy Ukraine and replace it with the Russian language.
Wouldn't it be nice if they both understood what each other was saying to the
Are you saying that Zelensky's English is not up to par?
It's serviceable.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the best choice for a 3-hour discussion. No.
Well, it's the best choice in this context, definitely.
Well, if we were going to find a middle ground, wouldn't we just say asking is not an issue, but not doing the interview because Zelensky might say no would be an issue?
If Zelensky says no, and then Lex is like, I'm not doing the interview now, I think that is L for Lex, right? he should do the interview no matter whether Zelensky says he wants it in Russian or if he wants it in Ukrainian or if he wants it in Chinese, even, right? Like, you should do the interview with Zelensky no matter what language Zelensky wants to do it in. But I think that him asking to do it in Russian is reasonable, and I agree with the reasoning.
Zelensky's
100%.
English struggles or not, that would be his burden to carry through the interview anyway. So it should be probably his choice. Like if I was Lex, which I'm
Again, I
obviously not,
agree. It
he
should be
do it anyway.
Zelensky's choice, but I think asking is no sin.
I wouldn't call it a sin. I prefer he probably would have asked in private, but I heard you earlier with the explanations of why maybe that would be too difficult to
Or
get a
it
hold
just
of him.
wasn't working,
I'm
right?
pretty sure he
for whatever
didn't
reason.
learn it just recently. Vladimir.
Say what?
There was a whole thing that he didn't, wasn't there?
What do you? Can you repeat that, please?
Oh,
You, Lucy. Lucy, what did you just say?
oh no, I just said something to an audience member.
Oh, okay. Again, Zelensky. I'm not trying to insult the man. I think it's great. He speaks serviceable English. Yes, that's true. But and we did this test earlier. His Russian is just better.
Yeah, but
Is it?
he's not speaking as an individual that's just choosing the best language for the best fluency. He's a representative of a country that is now actively defending itself against
Yeah.
the Russian state that is trying to eliminate actively Ukrainian and replace it with Russian.
And when he explains that to Lex, I would like him to do it in a language which he can properly convey the horror.
Which is the
Exactly.
language that is supposed to replace his.
But he speaks it, and he speaks
It's
it
his
better. He's
native
probably
language.
grown up with.
He's better
Yes,
at it.
exactly.
I think it's
so it's like
irrelevant.
it's not. If you know Lex and Lex's content, you would also know that it's much more so a conversation where he like tries to connect with people more so than a debate or whatever. So if that happens to be in Russian, then that's good. And also, it would also be available to all the Russian audience, and maybe he could change some minds with
Yeah,
What's
no,
the
good-
audience
proper
you think
conversation
Zelensky's
good
kind
with
of
the
luck.
opposition leader,
Good luck.
where he can like present some ideas that
Yes,
are like
good-
really
good
good,
luck
and
with
maybe he can change some
changing-
minds like that.
Yes, good luck. Good luck with changing a Russian audience's minds with Lex Friedman and
Thinking you
Zelensky.
could change zero minds in an entire country is the dumb part. Of course you can. Even if it's just one Russian person who's like, huh, maybe Zelensky isn't a bad guy. Wouldn't that be better?
what
It's a
audience do you think he's
very
trying to reach by
naive
going on Lex?
thinking.
It's not a very naive thing. It's just very simple. It
No,
makes the
it's
interview more
extremely
genuine.
naive thinking.
Nothing is getting lost in translation because he can literally pinpoint exactly what he means. It opens up for a whole other audience that he wants to influence in a country that's like right up against it. And it's not for
Yes,
an
if
English
you- if you
audience
think
necessarily.
If you think that Lex Friedman and Zelensky interview will reach and influence the Russian audience, then I think you are being quite naive. Yes.
That's fine, and you can feel that way. But the thing is,
I
making
think
it
you are
available
a bit
or
out of
better
touch.
available.
To be
What?
quite honest, I
Do
think
you-
you're a bit out of touch.
No,
If
definitely not.
Zelensky
If you think
is
every single
looking-
Russian is just a brainwashed like bot that believes what the government believes, then you're out of touch, like 100%.
Yes, of course.
hey, Zelensky's trying to reach an English-speaking
Like,
audience,
the-
an American
the-
Hold on,
audience.
out of
hold on.
the-
I want to
Hey.
hear what No Cow Mike has to say. Now Cow Mike's
Yeah.
trying to get in. What do you have to say?
Listen,
Okay.
if Zelensky, if you think he's trying to reach like an English-speaking, predominantly American audience that might be unsympathetic or kind of neutral, do you think Zelensky would be making a calculated decision that doing the interview in English, even if it's a little bit broken, not 100%,
Slowed down, not blocked.
that people might relate better if he's doing it in English
That
than
might be
than
a
reading?
calculation he makes. I think it would be. Again, that's something he has to decide. I think that there is an argument, however, to allowing him to be in his native language allows him to more properly convey concepts, ideas, emotions, etc. that will be carried over in the dub to the English audience. But if there is an additional obstacle of him stumbling through the 3-hour interview, right, and getting caught up on ideas and words and being unable to properly convey things, that's going to be detrimental to his cause. Again, it's a
100%.
calculation he has to make.
He
And
has-
as I said before, he gets to decide. Zelensky, not you, not me, not Lucy, not all the people who are mad at Lex. Zelensky gets to pick, right?
Not Vivek.
Yeah, not anyone else. So yeah, I think that he's gonna have to weigh those, weigh the politics of it versus the efficacy of communication and make his own decision.
Wick, if you're ending the show, what did you think of Nosferatu?
Well, Nosferatu was excellent. I give it an A, a solid A. The quibbles with the ending, but I think the acting was phenomenal. First of all, Count Orlu did Orlok or whatever his name is did a fantastic job. I think the dialogue was on point. I loved kind of the old timey atmosphere of it. It was very great. The atmosphere, the cinematography, right? The way they shot those scenes was picturesque. I'm a fan. Okay, I thought it was very good.
Oh.
Would you say it's better or not as good as Bram Stoker's Dracula, if you remember that?
I do remember that. I'd have to watch them side by side. It's close. It's close. What out of 10? For the genre, probably a 9. Just as in general,
My
an
goodness.
8.
So I guess I'm gonna.
Is there any other issues though you had with me, Lucy? Because you wanted to talk about the Lex thing.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Go ahead. No, I'm giving you the chance. That's what I'm doing. But I do have to end soonish. But
Okay.
yeah.
I think we're using a very silly argument. Zelensky has, at this point, conducted how many interviews? Has he stumbled? Has
Many.
he been?
Yes,
known-
some of
has
them
he
are
been
harder to
known
watch than others. Yes.
Has he been known to stumble and not get his ideas across?
They're
Is
short
he,
form
is he
interviews.
famous for that?
Especially in the beginning, it was very apparent, but his English has definitely improved since he's interacted so much, I assume, internationally.
It's better
But
than it was.
if
before, yeah.
like if I could choose to speak Danish right now and you would understand me because that's my native language, right? I could explain some concepts way better than I can in American or English, I guess. So why wouldn't I want to do that if I got the option to, right? Especially if it's an interview about
Oh,
something
and
very important.
basically explain why. And the whole idea of reaching a Russian audience is very, very out of touch. I'm sorry. If the idea that the death toll, the economic situation would not sway Russians, but an interview with Lex,
Russian speaking, not necessarily Russians. There's a lot of countries that border
well,
Russia.
the
that speak
argument
Russian.
has been
Latvia,
Russians.
Estonia, etc.
The argument I was trying to make was that if the content is also more readily available for a Russian populace since it's in their language, I would argue that it has much more success at having influence over that, populace, rather than in a language that they might be otherwise.
Let me ask
the-
you this,
blockaded.
Lucy. Let me ask you this:
yeah.
if they do it in English, do you think that there should be a Russian dub for those who want to listen to it in Russian?
I honestly don't think it'll be even aired in Russia.
Okay, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you think there should be a Russian language dub. If they do the conversation in English, would it be okay if Lex Friedman made a Russian dub and released that as well?
Like if he chose to, sure.
Yeah, if he wanted to. What would be wrong with that, if anything?
I mean, if he chose to, then sure, he can do it.
Okay, so
But what's the difference then?
What's the substantive difference here then?
Yeah.
The substantive difference is not demanding, requesting of Zelensky to speak in the language that is being actively pushed as the one to replace the language of his country.
But he already
Again,
speaks
there is
Russian.
a reason
Yeah,
for
that's
that. It
irrelevant.
isn't just. It isn't
He
out
does-
of nowhere that he makes
learned
this
Ukrainian,
request.
so that's irrelevant that he speaks it. The fact that Ukraine has been Russified through the years and there are many Russian native speakers in it now, it's not an argument for what you're. It's not the argument that you think you're making.
Okay, but do you know how closely their languages relate to one another?
Of course, I know.
Okay. Then can you also admit
I am
that it's
a
so
person
closely
from
related?
Eastern Europe as well, after all.
Is it so closely related that we could make the argument that even if it is differentiated between Russian and Ukrainian, that he can still speak Russian, and the interviewer, Lex, can also speak Russian, and it is his native
No.
language. He grew up with this language and learned it. Why would
No.
it be bad? Why?
Because
Besides the Russian replacement you're trying to argue for.
besides Russia waging a genocidal war against Ukraine and wanting to replace Ukraine
Yes.
with Russian, yes, I think
Yes.
that's a pretty
Besides
key.
that.
Well, besides the most important argument, you mean?
Yes. Because we don't agree on that argument.
Well, you
So-
cannot agree, but then we don't really have anything to talk about. at
Well,
that
sure we
point.
do. Because
No.
if I don't agree with your
No, if
statement
you
that speaking
can-
in Russian isn't, condoning or like accepting Russian takeover over Ukraine, then
Look,
why?
I don't think we need to go down this route. Like, Lucy, if
Yeah, exactly.
Lex spoke fluent Ukrainian, I would agree with you. They should use Ukrainian. But
Well,
unfortunately,
they apparently are so interchangeable, even according to the person here. Then why not just have Lex?
I don't
speak in
agree with
Russian
that.
And
I think that even dialects, like I have trouble understanding some other people who speak English, who are from like Britain sometimes, right? Even though they're the same
That's
language, the
fair.
dialects are different enough that it's gonna be a struggle, right? So I don't go down that route, right? But at the end of the day, all we got, again, the argument's really simple. If you want to maximize, like Lex wants to maximize communication, and so he wants to speak in the language that Zelensky is best
maximizing
at.
communication
That's
should
just
not
it.
just be the only goal here. Not in
Why
this
not?
context.
Bigger reach, more influence.
Over what?
Why would that be
Over
bad? Everyone, right?
I think you can achieve the same results without Russian.
Well, you qualified it by saying it was more than, so obviously
Yeah.
you can't, right?
But I think you can achieve the same communication results even without both speakers using Russian. Yes.
Perhaps. But
No,
we're
not
speaking
perhaps,
about a
100%.
person who speaks Russian better than English.
Irrelevant.
It's
Not really, no.
irrelevant. That's what we gotta say.
That's,
It's not irrelevant.
yeah, that's exactly where we disagree.
It's
It's not
correct.
irrelevant at
It's
all.
not a
the
regular
issue.
meeting between.
It's the crux of the
people.
issue. But
As long as Zelensky gets the choice, then it doesn't.
yeah, no,
then
Zelensky
we're
can-
all good,
can
right?
pick.
I mean,
I am okay with whatever Zelensky chooses. To be
okay,
quite frank
then
with
that
you.
100%.
that sounds
But I
like the
think that
compromise
Lex
for everybody.
asking is fine, and in
Exactly.
fact, probably a good idea. But Zelensky can pick, and
also-
I think his choice should absolutely be respected. Absolutely.
And just to like conclude on it, Lex is probably the least problematic person I have experienced over the last year or two, right? So obviously he does this as like a courteous thing towards Zelensky. He's not doing it to be like fucking haha, we should speak Russian because they're trying to take your country or whatever. Like he's not doing this. So this argument, like I don't know where it's coming from
That's
besides
great,
people that
but-
are looking in from the outside.
That's
And it's
great.
just stupid to me.
Yeah, it is stupid for him to ask for that. Yes, I agree.
No, it's stupid to assume that he's asking out of malicious reasons,
Because
knowing
it-
Lex
his
and his
reasons
content.
do not matter.
Well, he's already asked, so that ship has sailed.
If
We'll
it's-
see what the
If it's
response is.
malicious, then it's malicious. Otherwise, it's just.
But it's not
stupid.
malicious. That's the
Oh,
thing.
Otherwise, it's just stupid.
Do you believe that Lex asked him out of malicious reasons to speak in Russian?
No, I believe it was stupidity on his end.
Okay. We just
Okay.
disagree on that. That's fine. I do have to end. I love you all.
All
Lucy, I did say 6 p.m. Eastern, didn't I? Right? Like we've been.
The
the-
start.
the meat of
Wait,
it
no,
was-
you didn't. You just said that
Did I
it's
not?
gonna happen.
I might not
No,
have. I
no,
might have
you
forgotten.
did.
That's very true.
There you go.
Alright.
It's
But-
like, there you go.
But yeah, like
Thank you guys so much.
we had a
I'll
whole
do it.
2-hour conversation on it. You can.
Well, now we had
have
a
to-
solid, juiced out 5-minute conversation.
We
on
did.
it.
We did.
It's
Thank
like,
you for coming. We could talk about it again sometime. Gang,
Right.
if you like the content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Give me money, super chat, subs, all that really helps. Next stream will be Sunday night, 6 p.m. Eastern. We will have Destiny. We will have the Soy Pill. We will have Eucharist. We will have a few others, and we'll be talking about Luigi, hero or terrorist. Tune on in. Should be fun. Thanks for coming, gang. Who are we raiding out to? I don't see any. Hold on. Is Prime not streaming? Isn't it Monday?
I never got an alert that he went live.
Who?
Oh, it's not Monday, is it? It's
Wait,
Thursday.
Wait, who?
Prime Kai. Oh, that's
Oh.
sad. Okay. I don't see anyone streaming that. I just don't see anyone streaming.
I
Honestly.
guess we got to stay on.
Yeah. No, I'm not staying on. I gotta eat. I got
Oh,
things to
I'll
do.
see you
I got
then.
dogs to walk. Okay. I love you all. I'll see you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. Okay, so that was it. What do you think of my 5 minutes of making a case? He could have raided me, but that's neither here nor there. Unless he's just on Twitch and not. Okay, so what did you think of that? Maybe I'm being silly, but I just don't think you can. I don't think you can just look at this particular situation through the cold pragmatism of, yeah, it's just communication. So let's go for the most. Well done, you convinced me, really? Like, I don't know. I don't think this is a situation where you can just look at it and be like, oh yeah, let's go for the most efficient communication and nothing else matters. You know? Do you think this is enough to make it into a segment? Did we get a segment out of this? You feel? I think in this case it actually matters. Like the extreme example that I usually give is, I don't think it would be cool if Nazi Germany invaded a country and was like, we're gonna erase the language of here and we're gonna replace it in German, and there was an interviewer wanting to interview the head of the invaded country and said, hey, we're both fluent German speakers. Why don't we just speak German for this? I think this whole context is pretty relevant in this case. So my issue with people are having arguments like that is that Westerners are having in the same cultural wall time and time again and still missing the point why it's pointless. Also, I'm gonna be honest, I shook my head at the argument of reaching the Russian audience. Good luck. I'm sorry, good luck. Yes, the devastated economy, the horrifying amounts of death did not sway the Russian populace. But you know what will? A Friedman interview. I'm sure. I am sure that is exactly what's gonna happen. I'm sure that the Russian population is just waiting in their seats to be convinced by Friedman. And again, Ukrainian and Russian culture and language are not. No, they're not. They're quite different, actually. They're a lot different, actually. That's why it irked me when the person went like, "Don't you think that those languages are similar enough that no?" Should I go in as a Polish person with the same stupid energy and say, "Oh my God, Polish and Ukrainian share so much vocabulary, basically the same"? No, no, just no. It's just ridiculous. I'm sorry. Very annoying argumentation. I don't know. It's just. I don't know. I don't know if I've made my case well. Do you give it a seal of approval, Vladimir? The my argumentation on this. Maybe we could turn it into a mini segment. Might call into Wick. But I have to cut out all the parts when we don't talk about the top. It annoys me a bit to say the least. Jesus. How are we feeling after this? A lot of conversation with other creators today. We had that Colin. Now we've talked to Wick. Any language that isn't written with the Latin alphabet, either Chinese or Russian. It's either Chinese or Russian. This is simply fact. That's how cultures work. There's American, Chinese, and Russian, and that's it. So what is Polish then? Polish doesn't use Cyrillics. What is Polish in this configuration? What is Polish in this grand scheme? Oh, Vegcom is streaming. What the hell? Poland is American. Oh my gosh. You're right, of course. An American dialect, of course. Why haven't I thought of that? You're right. You're right, of course. Alright. Whew. Liking the stream thus far tonight? Liking the stream thus far tonight? Give me your opinions. Give me your feedbacks. I need them. They're my lifeblood. Your opinions are my lifeblood. Literally. Who should I debate now? Who should I call into now to debate? Top chat? No. Live chat. Multipolarity. True. Topics then game. So we had 2 topics today, I guess. I guess we had 2 things. We had the conversation with the guest. We had Friedman, and now we're gonna be talking about Slovakia. Finally. Finally. Yes? Yeah, wait, yes what? Yes what? What do you yes what? Yes what? Yes what? Yes what? Yes what? Yes. I've got Coke to cope. I took HRT. I've been given a gift of a bra. First bra ever. I've not had a bra before, and I have one. Isn't that gender euphoric? Isn't that gender euphoria incarnate? Multipolarity. Oh, no. Putin said Fico, an outspoken opponent of European Union support for Ukraine, had offered his country as to host talks between Russia and Ukraine. Should America annex the parts of Poland that have an American culture? I know that's his silly question. Of course, of course. It is a silly question because the entirety of Poland has American culture, which means Poland should become the next American state. That is how country leaders usually do those interviews. Yeah, with interpreters, and it's not. Suddenly, it's such a huge hurdle. Suddenly, it's such a big problem. No, it has to be in Russian. You know? Suddenly, it's such a big problem. It just breaks communication if they don't talk in Russian both. Yes. Too. Is everyone liking the stream so far? Thank you. Great arranged. Thank you. Oh wait, hold on. No, you don't like the stream so far. The stream sucks actually so far. Hold on, I'll be right back. You should have scolded me. You should have scolded me and you should have said something, but you didn't. I'm gonna be honest. The stream so far sucks. But I'm about to fix it, okay? I'm about to fix the stream. I'll be right back. The stream is broken, but not beyond repair. I'm about to repair the stream. Hold on. I'll be right back. That's better. Now the stream is finally good. Now the stream is better than it was. Even though it's pretty hot in this room actually right now. Ever since this room is very small, so when there's no heating it's very cold. But when there's heating it actually becomes pretty warm. This room. It's okay. Yeah, now you have it. That's right. Now the stream is good. Now we can talk about politics as God intended. If you enjoy what I do, if you enjoy me arguing with silly people about this topic, then why not consider joining lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing? Why not? Why not consider? Okay, consider the aforementioned. Consider the above. We've been streaming almost for 3 hours. Are you excited for the fact that we've been streaming for almost 3 hours and we have not done a single political topic yet? I think we've talked to the guest for a long time today. Did you know that in Poland it's technically speaking the second day of Christmas today? The second day of Christmas? I mean, it's 3 a.m., so it's not already, but it's been the second day of Christmas. You have the Christmas Eve, you have the first day of Christmas in the Polish whole thing, and then you have the second day of Christmas. 10 out of 10 scarf. It's handmade. It is a handmade scarf by a person that's a viewer. Okay? This scarf has been sent to me from Florida, and I'm very grateful. It is the best gift this year that I've received for holidays. I think it's the best gift I've received. Apart from, of course, this. Okay? But I received this from the same person, so it's part of the same gift package. I know, but that's my whole silly point, that this is how great powers behave according to Alexander Dugin. Oh my god. The Alexander Dugin, the fascist guy. Alexander Dugin. Lawrence Southern did an interview with Alexander Dugin, just so you know. Alexander Dugin. Alright, ready? I want to do a whole intro. I'm feeling a bit you just invade and annex the country that you think is culturally yours. True. Okay. Well, what if this interview just happens to sway the Russian? Oh, come on. Thank you, Philippe August. Okay, so shall we go? I'm feeling a bit. My mind is feeling a bit blank. I'm feeling a bit tired. But you know what? I'll do my best to deliver the best possible segments. I'll do my best to do my best. To do the best job. Best. Word repetition for the win. I'll do my best for all of you to speak on the subject in the most informative way possible, especially since I've been Maybe we could play Stalker later tonight. We'll see. We'll see. If I'll have the power. If I will have the power to do it. I wanna and definitely wanna talk about Slovakia and Hungary tonight. If there's one political topic that I wanna do tonight, it's this. And maybe the plane. That and the plane that was hit by birds and nothing else. You should rest, Lucy. Isn't it super late for you? No, it's just 3 a.m. It's only 3 a.m. Let's not get over. I'm not Wick, okay? I'm not Wick. Like the 3 hours stream. It's your job. Do your job. Jesus. Kind of thought you were arguing through the wrong angle. Like you can really prove whether or not someone will get their mind changed, right? Yeah, you can, but I'm not even gonna entertain that when it comes to this topic. Yeah, of course. The crumbling Russian economy did not sway people. The massive amount of deaths will not sway people. Nothing will. But you know what will? The Friedman interview will definitely sway all the Russians. Okay, definitely. You could ask why it isn't done normally, and you say the interview would have been even better with an. At the end, I basically said that. Like there are ways to do it without them speaking Russian, and it would be fine. Okay, I said that. Ridiculous. So many interviews are conducted with translators, and you know what? It's fine. It's fine to have a competent translator on hand and do an interview. If you have competent people involved, things do not get lost. Okay? There you go. I said it. People just don't care about the reality surrounding the whole interview, which is already telling to me. To me, that is already a pretty telling thing. Well, whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. In fact, Wick's argument was that Friedman is being treated unfairly. He's being treated unfairly. Get out of here. Get out of here with that argumentation, okay? Yeah, again. Yeah. Like, come on. Whatever. Whatever. Let's talk about Slovakia and Hungary in a moment. Let me just drink some Coke. Let me cope with some Coke. In the meantime, if you enjoy what I do, what I represent, what I speak, if you, for some reason, appreciate the fact that I do not do drama, then consider supplying my groceries fund. listen, most people will do drama no matter what. Okay? Most people dabble in drama, do drama content. I don't. So if you like that about me, reality doesn't matter. Russian propaganda would say that's an AI Zelensky that's speaking to them, and the real one is already hiding in Washington. You know what? Do you know what, in my opinion, really? Okay, I'm gonna go there. Do you know what the Russian propaganda would say, in my opinion? It would be so easy to say for Russian propaganda, oh, look, Ukraine is so separate from Russia. Ukraine wants to be so separate. Ukraine claims not to be one people with the Russian people. But what's this? The head of state, Zelensky, is conducting an interview. What language? Oh, Russian. Okay. Maybe Ukraine is not so separate after all. If the head of state is conducting the interview in Russian, huh? There you go. That's the easiest thing that the Russian propaganda can get out of this. Like the simplest thing that Russian propaganda can sort of immediately get out of this sort of thing. Hello, Origin of Logos. This would be the easiest thing to do. Immediately. In my opinion. I have to add that caveat, in my opinion. Of course. Right? Isn't that right? That's right. So yeah. That is my super cool personal opinion on the matter. And I think I'm right. Maybe. I think. I wonder if there was anybody on my side during that whole thing. Alright, kind of. See? I'm finding agreement. Thank you. Let's talk about this. Oh yeah, I was supposed to drink a bit of Coke to cope. What I miss? Me speaking to Wick. You missed me speaking to Wick. And also, you missed me begging for money for groceries. If that's a thing that you're interested in hearing about missing. I'm doing the Xander whole grind set. All right. So recently, Fico, the head of the Slovakian state, has visited Russia. As we know, Slovakia has been the country that has been super dependent on Russian oil through its refineries. Slovakia has been refining Russian oil, there has been attention about the new sanction package by the European Union recently because there has been a disagreement about prolonging Czechoslovakia's dependence on Russian refined oil. And Czechoslovakia said, you know what? We can do without the Russian oil. That's fine. Let's get this package sorted, this sanction package. But Slovakia said, hold on. Czechoslovakia might do without the refined Russian oil, but we cannot do without Russian crude oil, which we then refine. We want it. We want it still. We're not looking for energy alternatives. We want to keep refining Russian oil. And in addition to that, Slovakia has been pretty openly against European aid to Ukraine. The Slovakian government has been so anti-Ukraine, in fact, that the Slovakian citizens, on their own accord, have done a fundraiser to gather money to give it to Czechoslovakia to aid it in its artillery shell initiative. Czechoslovakia was gathering money to buy artillery shells from a third-party source and send them to Ukraine. The Slovakian government would not support it in any way, and so the Slovakian citizens took it upon themselves to support the initiative, which was mocked openly by the Slovakian government. And now I'm giving you sort of like a broad strokes picture as to Slovakia's position when it comes to Ukraine, when it comes to European Union's aid to Ukraine, or even Slovakian citizens' view on the subject. And now we had a visit to Russia by Fico, the head of Slovakian government, which was heavily criticized among others, of course, by Zelensky, who said that Ukrainian people are fighting for their life, and Fico and Slovakia are fighting for money, fighting for the bottom line. That was the harsh criticism that Zelensky had of Fico. And now, after this meeting, Putin has announced that Slovakia, actually, the super anti-Ukraine country, could be the host for the Russia-Ukraine peace talks. That's after this little intro that I've done about what exactly Slovakia's relation to Russia as well as Ukraine as well as the European Union is, we can get to this newest development, which is Vladimir Putin saying Slovakia could host Russia-Ukraine peace talks. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it a bit. Russian President Vladimir Putin said on Thursday that Russia is open to a Slovakian proposal to host peace talks with Ukraine to end a conflict he said Russia was determined to bring to a conclusion, which is not exactly true. If Russia was so determined to bring the conflict to a conclusion, then it would not be bombing Ukraine daily during the holidays, would it? It would show some form of goodwill if it would really be so determined to bring the end to the conflict. But it's not. It's all smoke and mirrors. Russia is actually not eager at all to bring a conclusion to the conflict, especially considering what a strong pro-war lobby there is right now within Russia. Let's not kid ourselves about the whole Russia is so determined to bring this conflict to. I mean, It sort of is, but on a very specific list of demands. Putin, who this week hosted Slovakian Prime Minister, which I mentioned, Slovakian Prime Minister visit to Russia, criticized by Volodymyr Zelensky. Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico in the Kremlin said that Putin said that Fico, an outspoken opponent of European Union support for Ukraine, had offered his country as to host talks between Russia and Ukraine. I've noticed a pretty similar thing about Hungary, which I will mention Hungary, of course, as well. We're gonna make it a joint segment. Slovakia and Hungary are gonna be a joint segment. Putin said that the Slovakian authorities would be happy to provide their own country as a platform for negotiations. We are not opposed. I wonder why. I wonder why Russia is not opposed to Slovakia acting as a host to any sort of talks. If it comes to that, why not? Since Slovakia takes such a neutral position, being anti-aid to Ukraine, being dependent on Russian crude oil, mocking its own citizens for gathering money for Ukraine, that is a neutral position, apparently. That is the most neutral position possible, I guess. It just doesn't get more neutral than this, does it? It's impossible. Neutral position. Give me a break. You might as well say that Hungary has a neutral position. Slovakia is seen as one of a growing camp of Central and Eastern European EU member states that are skeptical of support for Ukraine and supportive of negotiations with Russia. So, in other words, I hate to repeat it again, but no, not neutral at all. Pro-Russian. Pro-Russian is not a neutral position. Ukrainian President Volodymyr, and of course, I have to mention this here. If things go wrong in Romania with its government, with its if Russia manages to meddle in Romania, then Poland would basically be the only neighbor of Ukraine that would be pro-Ukraine. Just take that in and feel the horrifying implications. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has repeatedly criticized Slovakia, which borders Ukraine, for the friendly tone Fico has struck towards Russia since his return to power after an election in 2023. Putin has repeatedly said that Russia is open to talks to end the conflict with Kyiv, but that it would nevertheless achieve its goals in Ukraine. Putin said on Thursday that Russia could use the new intermediate-range hypersonic ballistic missile known as Oreshnik, Russia's ultimate weapon, Russia's final weapon, again, but was in no hurry to do so. We do not exclude the possibility of using it both today and tomorrow, if necessary, Putin said. If necessary, Putin said, Russia could use more powerful intermediate-range weapons. We could always go more powerful. We are almighty Russia. And there is a second country that basically goes hand in hand with Slovakia, and that of course is Hungary, with Viktor Orbán, who openly says that Vladimir Putin is a honest and good partner. Viktor Orban, who blames the stagnant economy of his country on the war that Ukraine wages against the invader, promises his people that the war will end definitely in 2025, either through negotiation or one of the parties losing. Says that once the war ends in 2025, definitely a Hungarian economy will see a boom because politics will go from war to peace. That is basically Orban's whole view on this. And of course, Orban would like to be the mediating party as well, just like Slovakia. Um, in fact, I'm going to be honest, Hungary has been even worse than Slovakia in some regards. Certain things that Orban has said publicly have left me just appalled, have just let me open jawed. Like when recently Viktor Orban has said that actually the West is responsible for, the West is at fault for war in Ukraine. The West is to be blamed for the war in Ukraine because it all would have been good if the West would not have given Ukraine the means to defend itself. But Viktor Orban is saying directly that Russia should have been allowed to roll all over Ukraine. That is Viktor Orban's position. If only Ukraine was not given any means to defend itself against Russia, that would have been the preferable outcome in his mind. That would have been the good path for the West to take. And then he says, but the West did provide Ukraine with aid. And it's bad in Orban's view. So he would definitely love to be at the table when it comes to negotiation. Some form of pro-Russian negotiation, of course. And of course, he threw his own little freezing of the conflict proposal. Zelensky has not so long ago criticized Orban, saying that Hungary does not really understand the danger that it's in. I'm paraphrasing. That what army does Hungary have? How is Hungary supposed to defend itself against Russia? With nice words, with humor? Something along those lines. To which Orban responded by saying, there's a freeze conflict proposal on the table. Take it or leave it. That's basically the attitude of Hungary. And this sort of pro-Russian sentiment, both from Slovakia as well as Hungary, is very worrying, this sentiment, especially in the face of the Trump presidency, because at this time, especially when there's a possibility, there's still a non-zero possibility that Trump will just decide to screw over Ukraine. And in that case, with that possibility in mind, Europe, the European Union, should offer a unified stance, a unified front against this sort of solution. The European Union should come to Trump united and say, no, we must support Ukraine. But if Slovakia and Hungary are breaking rank, are breaking this unity within the European Union, then this task becomes much, much, much harder. And I guess that is my final takeaway from all this. While Slovakia and Hungary are dreaming of becoming hosts to peace talks, the unified front that the European Union is supposed to present to Trump and say, listen, you need us, you do business with us, we are helpful to you in your dealings with China, for example, but in exchange, you need to help us help Ukraine. That should be the unified front. But with this, with things like this, I just don't know. I just don't know if such a front is possible. I've been skeptical before, and things like this only add to my skepticism. All right, that's a segment. That's a segment on Slovakia and Hungary. What did you think? Anything informative and nice and new, or did you all already know all of that? And I just blabbered sins that you've already known. Any thoughts? Whew. Any thoughts, my dear viewers? I didn't know anything about that. Was this useful? Was this informative? Is this a thing that... What do you think, Raider Rain? Dr. Johns, Fake Alec Kyle Parker, Vladimir, and the origin of Logos. Maybe Maho? I'm just reading out all the people that are watching me right now. I'm just reading out all the chatters that are here. Just reading out the chat. No? I might not end up obliging with the triangle strategy tonight, by the way. I know one viewer in the Discord asked if I could play triangle strategy tonight, but I don't think that's happening. It was a little bit informative, yes. Thank you. Thank you. I thought about talking about it, but maybe the rest of the topics I'll do tomorrow. I'm actually feeling a bit tired. How long have we been streaming? For 3 hours, 26 minutes? Is that a long stream or a short stream? Not that long. It's not that long a stream. Actually, it's a pretty short one. I would watch, but yeah, no pressure. Wait, what would you watch? What would you watch? Hold on. Hold on. I need Philip August to tell me what would you watch? Have you seen an article about ship disaster in Black Sea? Which one? I'm not sure. The ship disaster. I've been reading about. I've been reading about actually how Russia is accused of sabotaging the Finland electric cable. If you're interested about that topic, the Finland electric cable, more Russian hybrid terrorism, hybrid warfare against the European Union and Europe at large. I mean triangle strategy because you mentioned that. Ah, okay. Do you mean the Black Sea? Do you mean the Shadow Fleet? Because there's been a few accidents with the Shadow Fleet lately as well, with the um, spillage of oil, which we might be having a environmental disaster on our hands as well. By the way, but that's been happening for a while now. I read about it when I was still in Ukraine about the spillage and the Shadow Fleet ships, sort of, you know, leaking oil into the ocean, causing an environmental disaster. Ammunition depot. There you go. Preliminary probe suggests Russian missile downed Azerbaijani plane. Oh, yes. Russian vessels suspected in undersea power cable outage between Finland and Estonia. There you go. That's the topic. That's the topic that we can talk about as well. But there's been okay, maybe I'll mention that when we get to it, because I'm sort of robbing myself of segment speak thing by spoiling right now. Spoiler alert. A taste of home. Ukrainian family in Poland recreates traditional festive spirit. Like, I'm pretty sure, which is interesting, where 9,000 tons of fuel oil was. Yeah, I've heard about that. I'm pretty sure that happened when I was still in Ukraine. But interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure borscht is also a traditional Polish Christmas thing, but the Polish variation of borscht. I'm not Polish people. I know I ate this holiday season. I ate the Polish variation of borscht for the holidays. That's a thing. That's a traditional thing. Fico criticizes Zelensky over refusal to extend Russian gas transit, warns of crisis. There you go. Slovakia is so dependent on Russian gas, and it's absolutely not looking to any alternatives, to any energy independence from Russia, which of course, once again, destroys the whole European unity that I have been talking about just a while ago when discussing the subject of Fico, that has been praised by Vladimir Putin. Oh, Russia has said that Sandu, the new Moldovan president, is illegitimate, by the way, just so you know. Little bit of news within news. Russia has not accepted the nomination of Sandu as the president of Moldova, just so you know. Oh, and it's saying that uh, Moldova is under the leadership of Sandur trying to invade the occupied territories that Russia still holds. Any chances to see Lucy eating borscht with smetanoi? Of course. I should do that. Oh my gosh. Oh, definitely. You know what I can do? Okay. I'm gonna make a pledge, okay? I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna do more than a chance to see Lucy eating borscht with smetanoi. I'm gonna link my page. The base is different. I'm gonna be honest. The base of these are different, and I'm saying this is a Polish person, okay? I'm gonna say this is a Polish person. Me personally, I think between the Ukrainian one and the Polish one, the Ukrainian one's better, because it has more stuff in it. I just like my soup to have stuff in it, and the Polish one, unless you add stuff, is largely empty. You eat it with not super many ingredients inside, and the base is different, but that's neither here nor there. And the Ukrainian one is packed with stuff, which is like, I prefer it. I prefer the Ukrainian version. I just said what's the difference, and which I even said which one I prefer. Boom. So, join the page. I'm gonna make a challenge. If we make tonight additional, I'm not gonna make it a huge sum. $50. If we make $50 so that I can earn more towards my trip to Ukraine, when I go to Ukraine now, I'm gonna go to a nice place with borscht, with the laptop, and I'm gonna stream from that place eating the borscht. I know there's a difference. There is a difference between Polish and Ukrainian. Yeah, there's definitely, or quite a few differences actually. So there you go. I've made it. I've turned it into an opportunity to beg for donations, which is my speciality. If we make an additional 50, then we and I'm gonna stream from a place that serves borscht in Ukraine and eat it on stream from the laptop thing. I'm gonna use the camera as the camera. So I'm gonna have the laptop camera pointing at me, and I'm gonna have this camera pointing at the borscht. See? Isn't that cool? Isn't that a cool idea? Let's see if it's cool enough for people to decide to fill the $50 goal amount till the end of the stream. Which I'm not sure how much longer this stream is gonna go. So it's like what do you think? Good idea? Awesome idea? Oh, maybe I can talk Brooks into calling in. Wanna call in? Why is the side chat, the one that's visible on the stream, so inactive? Why is the better chat so inactive? It makes me sad. Oh, it makes me like, makes me sad, honestly. You know? How long have we been? I need to check something actually. Okay. Pizza. Okay, this been like pizza. Russians never try to make proper borscht with borscht ingredients. They just style a name for their borscht, and that's basically it. True. I do like Ukrainian borscht. I think it's the best one. I really like it. I should eat. I should definitely eat it when I go again. It should definitely be my big goal. Isn't that right? All right. You can do one more topic, I think, or maybe. Oh, one more topic, or. Oh, I've watched this Hakim video.
Come join us over on
I'm
the
gonna be responding to it via a video essay. What's a Russian borscht called? Shit, so stop calling it borscht, please. Oh, I didn't even know that. In Polish, you should say barszt. And in Polish, you say barszt. And down for one more. All right. Or we could have some lazy content, like. Oh my gosh. What is with the super low viewership on Lonerbox? 198 viewers. I can clearly see that people do not watch Lonerbox for gaming. Oh my gosh. Definitely not watching that person for gaming. People don't do that. Definitely not. Lonely bot. I mean, who am I to say? My viewership is today lower than usual. 7 people. But that is unusually low, actually. I don't know what to say. Sheds a single tear. Well, you know. It happens. It definitely happens. He just picked the wrong game for streaming. What game did he pick? What game did he pick for streaming? What is the good game for streaming? Tell me so that I can stream the good game and have the viewers. Loner is just playing World of Warcraft. True. Lonerbox should be playing Stalker too. That is what? Vara Dark has more viewers right now than Lonerbox. Is that a good game for streaming? Whatever this game is, or whatever the hell this is. What should I be streaming for games? You know what? Whatever. We're gonna be talking about this for a second. This is gonna be our second topic because I find it just too typical not to talk about. And nobody wants to tell me what would be the good game for streaming. Mouthwash? What? Disco Elysium is a good one. We could play that actually. If you'd want me to play that, we could. I could even... you could play that on the laptop even. I think my laptop could handle Disco Elysium. What about Stalker? Does nobody want me to play Stalker on stream? I thought this was a Ukraine-friendly crowd. I thought I had a Ukraine-friendly audience. Maybe I was mistaken. Mouthwash is a game. Wow. I thought you all were a Ukrainian-friendly audience, but I guess I'm mistaken about that. Guess I was wrong. I guess I made a mistake. Exactly. Should I continue playing Stalker, Lucy? Show us your stalkering skills. Especially with the lore on how you can only play one in Ukraine and two in Poland. That is true. I played the first game in Ukraine and the second one in Poland because my laptop is just too weak to play the second game in Ukraine. So yeah, that is true. There is that lore. I should play more Stalker, honestly. I just... maybe I'll also be playing some, but that's off stream. I'll be playing some Civilization 6. Did you know that there's a new... Okay, I don't know if it's a new mod, but there's a Ukraine mod for Civilization 6. I've been made aware of an existence of a mod. Civilization 6 Ukraine mod. You know? Also, I'll be working on an essay. Also, I'll be working on the articles. Also, I have to... Okay. So many plans. I have to be less lazy in life, you know? My life should be about being less lazy. Because I feel like I'm too lazy. Do you not feel like I'm a little bit lazy? Lazy Lucy. Do you not feel like that's my theme? Lazy Lucy Hazeh? Hmm? That's right. There's too much laziness about me. But that's about to change forever. I like to believe. I like to believe in this sort of thing. All right, let's talk about um, the plane thing. I'm lazy, she says the right right siren goes off. I mean, I'm not in Ukraine right now. I'm not in Ukraine. I'm in Poland right now. I'm in Poland right now. I'm not in Ukraine. I'm gathering funds to go to Ukraine again. So if you find it in your heart to donate, then please do. Okay. It'll help me to do the work. Maybe I'll be able to even do New Year's. New Year's from Ukraine. Wouldn't that be something? New Year's from Ukraine? Huh. Think about it. We can get New Year's footage from Ukraine. All right. So, Azerbaijani plane shot over Chechnya. The official line was that it was hit by a flock of birds. Nobody bought it. Very quickly, we all had access to photos which clearly showcased shrapnel holes. It was a ridiculous claim from the get-go. I have no clue whose idea the whole flock of birds explanation was. I have no clue who thought that with all the photographic evidence, with all the trajectory, with Russia just forbidding the plane from landing on, I think Russia forbade it from landing in Chechnya and just ordered it to fly further, which is speculated to be the Russian way of muddling the evidence that Russia shut down the plane. Now we have pretty much confirmation. Russian air defense missile caused plane crash over Kazakhstan. Azerbaijani government sources claim, which at this point I don't even know if this is gonna lead to any sort of consequence, right? So let's read a bit. This is going to be our second thing. Like, this is such a typical Russia thing to do. The surrounding explanation about it around it is also very typically Russian, and the aftermath, I'm afraid, is also going to be very, very typically Russian as well. A Russian surface-to-air missile caused... Oh yeah, by the way, it seems like the Russian anti-air has mistaken this passenger plane with Ukrainian drones, which I... okay, that happened. A Russian surface-to-air missile caused the crash of the Azerbaijan Airlines flight near Aktau, Kazakhstan. Azerbaijani government sources reportedly confirmed to Euronews on December 26th. The plane en route from Baku to Grozny carried 67 passengers, including 42 Azerbaijani citizens and 16 Russians, 6 Kazakhs, and 3 Kyrgyz citizens. 38 people have been confirmed dead. dead. The missile was fired from a Russian Pantsir S air defense system, the Baku-based Outlu and UZ reported, citing official Azerbaijani government sources. The missile allegedly targeted Flight 8432 during drone activity over Grozny on December 25th. So I was right. They mistook this passenger plane with a drone, with a Ukrainian drone. So they decided to shoot it down. Zero communication, huh? Zero coordination. According to Euronews sources, shrapnel from the explosion reportedly struck the passengers and cabin crew as the missile detonated mid-flight near the aircraft. Wow. That explains the shrapnel holes. The reported use of air defense systems aligns with multiple media reports of drone attacks in Chechnya on the morning of December 25th. The aircraft attempted to land in Grozny, but, and this is very important because allegedly, I have to say that, I have to use the word allegedly, that is a way in which Russia tried to blur the evidence that it was caused by Russia, this incident. According to the aircraft attempted to land in Grozny, but Russian airports reportedly denied it permission for an emergency landing, forcing the pilots to divert toward Aktau in Kazakhstan. So there's a high possibility that if Russia would have granted the permission for an emergency landing, a lot less passengers would have died. Just so you know. But Russia wanted to deny any involvement in this whatsoever, so it said, no, land somewhere else. We definitely did not hit you with our anti-air. So go, just land somewhere else. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. The Kyiv Independent could not verify these claims. Footage analyzed by the independent media outlets Meduza and Medianoza shows damage consistent with surface-to-air missile impacts, including holes in the fuselage and traces of a missile strike on the tail section. Survivors recounted hearing an explosion before the failed landing attempts in Grozny. Upon trying to land in Aktau, the plane broke apart on impact and caught fire. Again, if they would have been able to land earlier. Rasim Musabekov, a member of Azerbaijani's Parliament and Foreign Affairs Committee member, told Azerbaijani news agency Turan that it was evident that the plane was shot down over Russian territory in the sky above Grozny. It is impossible to deny this. Well, for Russia, oftentimes impossible is nothing. And again, I would remind you that at least for a time, the official explanation for this was that the plane was hit by a flock of birds. Those responsible for this must be held criminally accountable. I doubt that will happen. And compensation must be paid for the deaths and injuries. I'm not so sure that would happen as well. If this doesn't happen, the relations will certainly shift to a different level. Musabekov added, well, I guess we might see a shift in relations then. I'm not sure if... I'm not so sure if any compensation or especially accountability is going to happen here. I'm very skeptical of that. And Russian military been like, whoops, we did it again, oh yeah. We did it again, boys. Russia's Federal Air Transport Agency Rosa Viazia initially attributed the crash to a collision with a flock of birds, causing the pilot to attempt an emergency landing. Flock of birds. Little, woodpeckers doing the holes in the plane. The black box from the crash site has been recovered, and Azerbaijani media reported that its analysis will be critical in confirming the events leading up to the crash. There you have it. It was a flock of birds. Don't even doubt me, okay? Never again doubt my expertise on the subject matter. It was a flock of birds, and no one can tell me otherwise, okay? It was definitely a flock of birds. And nothing else. So, there you go. Oh, I was right. I was right all along. Oof. So yeah. Flock of birds with high explosive warheads. Angry birds. We call that angry birds, don't we? We call those angry birds. Oh, there were a few things I wanted to. There were a few things in addition that I wanted to do. Hold on, let me check my little thing. Crazy little thing called love. Crazy little thing called love. X. Oh. I do. Alright. Let's see. Hey, little thing. Blah, blah. Alright. Let's see what tweets I liked. What tweets do I like? No. No. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there's been this. Yeah, we might as well talk about this a little bit. Well, I think I have it here somewhere. Do I? There has to be. I'm looking for news about Finland. Christmas attack. There we go. there has been an outage of a power link between Estonia and Finland. And it's been speculated that the main culprit has been the Russian Federation. And the Finnish services have detained the tanker Eagle S, which is under the suspicion of having severed the cable. The cable is called S-Link 2. And during an official press conference of the Finland's police, criminal police, it has informed the public that the ship has lost one of its anchors, and apparently that lost anchor has caused the severing of the cable. It has at first this losing of the anchor has been considered to be. It has been considered whether or not this constitutes a terrorist attack. And the Prime Minister of Finland, Petteri Orpo, has said that radical moves have been taken to bring the people responsible for this incident to justice, and that steps will be taken to not allow a thing like this to happen again, and that coordination will be happening among the allies. And this tanker has been confirmed to be a part of the Russian Shadow Fleet. So not only is the technical state of these tankers of the Shadow Fleet, they're a danger to the economy, and also, well, not economy, ecology, I'm sorry, an ecological disaster in the waiting. Also, it's a way for Russia to bypass sanctions, and as it seems, it's also a means for Russia to perform hybrid warfare. And of course, the ecological factor is important because of additional laws being broken by Russia by risking a ecological disaster, right? And there's a lot to be talking about here. There's the fact that during a conference with the Finland's police, there has been a question, so will you be contacting Russia about this? And apparently their answer was no, we will not be contacting Russia about this. The Danish sort of government is apparently considering closing their water passages to the Russian Shadow Fleet finally, because of its bad state of its ships and the breaking of the law that they constitute. We'll see if that will happen. It's just an example of ongoing hybrid warfare that's been happening. It's considered part of the Russian hybrid warfare that has been waging against Europe. This with a different cable that has been some time ago severed in the Baltic Sea, with all the arson that has been happening with the Lithuanian cargo plane that has crashed, with facilities being arsoned within Europe, the biggest Warsaw trade building commerce center being set aflame by people that were working for Russia, which the Polish arson of the commerce center has actually hurt the Polish Vietnamese community the most. The bottom line is that these sorts of incidents are a part of a broader pattern, to the point that some countries have even considered responding to them with invoking Article 5. But today this has not happened yet, and these incidents sort of happen and they don't really have much bigger repercussions. There's no real thing that happens because of them. There's no real tough response, even though in this case clearly the ship has been recognized as part of the Shadow Fleet. It has lost its anchor, damaged the cable, and so far we're not really seeing a strong response from Finland towards Russia, which is, I'm gonna be honest, pretty disappointing. I would hope that in this case, when the situation seems so clear cut, that we'd see a little bit of a more stronger response. Right? Especially when it's electric, like energy stability has been a big topic within Europe ever since the beginning of the war. So I think there should be a far stronger response from Finland. Okay, this has been a bit of a shorty topic. A little bit of a short one. So, Philip August, shall we raid into somebody? Shall we be raiding into somebody? We raided for 4 hours. We've done a bit. We've done a bit tonight, I feel. 4 hours. It's 4:20 a.m. I don't think we need to, you know. You could rebate Marco Malfi. Okay, well, I hope this will bring me super big growth and stuff. I doubt it, but you know, a girl can dream, right? Can a girl dream, please? Of a big, huge audience? I cannot find them. I can find them. What's their name? Oh, the stream's ended. The Borscht Fund was till the end of the stream. Unless somebody wants to fund $50 last second now. Can you give me the name again? Mark Lamont Hill, is that it? Are they? It's a premiere. It's not really a live stream, but I guess we can rate a. I guess we can rate a premiere. I not see why not. I guess we can rate a premiere. Okay, I'll see you. Hybrid sarcastic. And yes, it's just me being hybrid sarcastic. Alright, I'll see you, okay? You're right, it's not warfare that Russia is conducting. It's a hybrid warfare. It's not an act of terror to draw a car into a crowd of people. It's a hybrid crash car accident. True. The chat is active. Okay, I'll see you, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Which basically for me is today. Good night. The side chat is not active, by the way. Bye-bye.